Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our gloria to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Otter Talk for the Blue Otter Drafts League. Tonight's featured match, we are up in Sapphire for a quarterfinals match of the Typhoons versus the Honeycombs. Joining me to talk tonight is Tony, 2K, and Ixie. As always,
Hello,
Shivam,
hello.
our producer's here as well. So tonight's going to be interesting. I think the matches, most of them seem relatively close. I think this is one of the best quarterfinals we've had in a while. Teams are, I'd say, pretty evenly matched, all things considered. I don't think there's any like super insane sweeps. I know there's one that I think a lot of people are giving to one of the teams, but we will get back in there when we get over to Sapphire. For right now, let's move on to our review predictions for tonight and see what everything's thinking. All right, looks like everyone has the Imperial sweep, but Ixie, you have the Spartans over the astronauts. Not a believer in the TTM bias.
I don't know, man. I heard rumblings in Ruby about astronauts not being strong as usual, because usually Defoe has a pretty good draft like every time he comes into a league. I just feel like this was like one of his weaker ones. I definitely think Defoe's a really good player though, so it could go either way. But I think the Spartans might edge it out, to be honest.
Yeah, I think this is definitely one of the
kind of
closer
agree with that
matches.
sentiment that they didn't have a good draft, but I think that the trades they made their team significantly better.
I
And
can
I
see that
think
point of
that
view, yeah.
I think that Ren coming in the league, he's just any team that wasn't our team that he played, it was just kind of okay, let's wait until Ren carries this kind of game.
Yeah, no, for sure. He's a really good player on that team. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely give it either way. I think generally the matches are pretty even. I think Imperial Shrooms is a bit more one-sided. I think that Imperials are definitely the stronger team, but I think Shrooms have like a shot. I just don't know. I think Shrooms can definitely take a game. I just don't know if they're gonna have it in them to take the entire series, especially because it's a best of 5. I feel like Imperials just sort of have the stamina to finish it off.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
But
Enoch, you said 3-1. You said 3-1 he was Imperial, or
Yeah,
I would say I think
I
it's
had 3-1
Imperials
Imperial.
probably.
I
okay,
have a
I'm the only one for the
caveat
other then?
though. If
Caveat, okay.
if Sherms win early and they force Lizzo to crash out and it causes the rest of the team to like mental boom, I swear to God, it's like Joe over for that team. That team will
Hey,
struggle to recover, in my
we
opinion. They recovered
hey,
against like
we
week
had
one.
Lizzo. We had many Lizzo therapy sessions. All right. Do you not think he's at least a little reformed? I think they need 2
Hell
games to get
no.
him. Carefully.
Okay,
If
after
Shrooms
they
can
played us,
magically
they
go
had a
to,
huge crash out because he lost, and it was just not looking hot for them. I'll tell you that much. We were
that's
watching his
fair.
stream,
I'm
and we
thinking
were
like,
eating good on the hate watch.
oh, I remember the Lizzo crash out. But that was a bit of a different team. See, my
That's wild.
thought is that if Shrooms can get the 2 off, if they can get that second game, they're pretty much guaranteed to win. Because at that point, Lizzo's just going to be jumping off the deep end.
We're
But
losing
I
I
don't
think
know
it's
if a
gonna be
game
to
mode's
this
3-0.
going to be
X
enough
player,
to
an
do
X
it.
player.
I think it's
Losing
gonna
to
be
this
3-0
guy. Oh my
for
God.
Imperials. I think the only way it goes 3-1 is if Lizzo decides to do a troll game 3. That's the only problem. You know, he likes to do troll game 3s if he's up 2-0, so
Yeah.
That's true. You got to make sure he doesn't bring it back.
yeah.
I will say, I do want to talk a little bit about the quarterfinals. You guys don't have to give away any strategies, but we do have both of our players here are on quarterfinals teams. We have Tawny is on Kittens, so I'm wondering, who are you guys looking at, like, going into quarterfinals? You don't have to say, who you'd pick, but how are you things are shaping up for quarterfinals? You think that no matter what team gets in, it's going to be easier? You guys going to have
Or
think you're going to maybe have
it's
a
gonna be
harder time?
semifinals.
Tony, you go for some of this one.
Sorry, semis. You know what I
Yeah.
mean.
Definitely, it's obvious the Imperials are the strongest on paper, but I think the astronauts, in my opinion, they're a sneaky second behind them. I think Ren really is a wrinkle that if you don't have a strong bot lane, it can be really difficult for you to match up into. If astronauts didn't have to play one of Kittens or Spuds, the 2 best bot lanes in lower, they would really struggle with every other team will struggle to beat them because their bot lane is so strong. They can just play to scale, and I don't think any other team can close like Spuds can or match their scaling like we can. I think that astronauts, especially Ren, is really scary, and I think Vay Caution is another player to watch out for. I think he's one of the best players in the tournament remaining.
So let me ask you then: do you think that it's guaranteed to just be another Kitten Spuds in finals, or do you think that there is a real chance for
Yes.
finals to be okay? So you think that no matter what, it's still going to end up as Kitten Spuds finals?
I think that there is too much of a skill gap. I think that maybe Imperials and Astronauts or Spartans, they'll have positions with players that kind of slightly gap. Like they'll have like a 5 or 10% gap above the players, maybe 20% in some regards. But then there'll be so many other positions that it just comes down to clutch factors, and it comes down to small things that the Spuds and the Kittens, they just tend to have a little bit more than some of these players. I definitely think, especially after playing all these teams now. Um, Obviously, we lost to the Spartans, but we didn't have our best player, so mind you on that. But I think that no one really has enough firepower, let's say, to be able to bang with the Spuds or the Kittens.
I can see that. That definitely makes sense to me. All right, well, let's go up to Iku's areas of expertise up in Sapphire and see what we have for those.
Yeah. I mean, honestly. Oh shit, my bad. All right.
Here, now we're good. We're good. You can talk.
Raiders. I would definitely go Raiders over Ronin here, given the results of the Gauntlet and how weak that last game looked for the Ronin. I definitely think the Raiders have a chance for sure. And you know,
Weakness.
I believe in my boy.
Yeah,
Bowman,
that
you know what
last
I'm
game,
saying?
we're gonna act like that was
Chelsea's
totally
my girl,
intentional.
yeah.
Nothing.
Chelsea, my girl. You know, she my homie, but like I don't care really what happens, to be honest. Like either one wins, it's whatever, because I'm friends with kind of like both these people. So, but you know, I want to see a good game. That's all I want to see, a good series. So
See, I
I'll
think
say,
it's definitely going to be one of the most interesting series. I don't know if
for
it's
sure.
necessarily going to be the closest. I think Honeycombs Typhoons are actually going to be really close, and I'm excited to watching it tonight.
Yeah, for sure.
I actually kind of disagree, and this is definitely TTM bias. Don't hold it against me. I'm Typhoon #1 cheerleader. Um, I will if they play the Skeletons, if they play the I don't care, the Wizards, I am riding with the Typhoons all the way to the end.
He's riding that wave.
Riding the wave.
Exactly. You see? Um, yeah, I'm really high on the Typhoons, but I'm also friends with like half of them, so
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a close series. I think Honeycombs and Typhoons could go either way. I think both series are very kind of close.
I think
Yeah.
I think upper is a lot closer than lower. I will say that though.
For sure. In quarters, yeah, definitely.
And like even going
Um,
into semis, like don't get me wrong, Wizards are crazy, but also like I feel like Sapphire is probably a lot closer in the top like 16s just in general than like Ruby. I feel like Ruby is just sort of like top two teams, and then there's a break in everyone else.
Yeah, it's kind of been like that in Ruby for the whole time, but I think that another thing to consider with the Typhoons is that everyone had them as like one of the worst teams for like 4 weeks, and then they won like 4 weeks in a row almost. I think they lost one, but they won a bunch of games when they figured things out, and they've been on a really hot streak that nobody just has been talking about lately. I think that they're a really big dark horse looking to
Yeah, I
upset
think
someone.
both these teams could be dark horses depending on like who kind of outperforms one another today. I definitely think they have like a realistic chance, like maybe upsetting a higher seed for sure.
Yep.
I think Rig's been looking pretty good in the jungle. He's definitely had some games where like he could be doing better, but I think overall he provides its team like a lot of like stability that Honeycombs kind of needed, and that's why the trade really worked out for him. I think the Typhoons are a strong team. So I said I think both series are gonna be very close, but I have kind of both these teams just kind of edging out barely. So
And now for the quarterfinals question, you're on Skeletons. Now Wizards are widely perceived as the best team. You guys have had some, a little bit of a tumultuous time towards the early mid-season, but have brought it back, secured the second seed like people expected. What are you expecting for quarterfinals? Are you expecting it's going to be you and Wizards in the finals? Do you think you're probably going to get that upper bracket no matter who wins? Do you think that maybe there's a showing tonight in Typhoons Honeycombs that makes things a bit different. What are you looking at going into semifinals?
So pretty much how I think it's gonna shape up is like whoever wins Ronin Raiders, we pretty much have to verse the winner of that. Because I think Wizards are probably just gonna pick the winner of Typhoons and Honeycombs, because they're perceived as like weaker teams. But I don't agree with that statement, but they're perceived as weaker teams, so you know they're gonna get picked over the other two options. So I just think that I could definitely see us meet in Wizards or in Skeletons and Wizards in the finals for sure. Yeah.
All right. Well, I gotta ask, do we have any more hot takes for tonight? Because things right now, I feel like there's not a ton of crazy hot takes. I think games are just so close that there's not really expected to be any like insane quote unquote upsets, because it doesn't really feel like anyone winning would be an upset, right? It feels a lot like I think the biggest upset quote unquote would just be like Shrooms taking it from Imperials.
Yeah, I think if the Shrooms beat Imperials, I think that storyline with Molly against Lizzo, I think, especially how much trash Lizzo talks, that if he loses in quarters with this, like, on paper, like, very solid team, you're talking about Vey and Death, like, very, very top tier players in their roles for Ruby. I think that would be an absolute travesty. If I think they should realistically 3-0 though. They are just stronger on paper in most respects, in most regards. Um, I think that it would take some really smart draft planning from the Shrooms and some very ambitious drafting from Lizzo Lizzo and the gang to not win their game.
Yeah, I
All
agree
right,
with
well,
that.
at least we know, no matter what, we can always rely on Lizzo's either trash talk or crash out and banter after the game, and that is
I'm
one
so
thing that
ready for
everyone
it.
can look forward to. The thing that we unite behind.
The
Yeah.
content is about to go crazy tonight, no
The
matter
content
what
is about
happens.
to go crazy tonight. No matter what happens, we have like 3 content teams playing tonight, and I think that's
Yeah.
going to be hilarious to
A
watch.
lot of storylines for sure. Yeah, in quarters. A lot of storylines.
All right. Well, with that being said, I think we're going to cut it to a small break while we wait for all of our players to get in the lobby, while we're waiting on things to start. We're going to be back in about 15 minutes, so we ask you all not to go anywhere. Tonight's featured match, Typhoons Honeycombs, once again. Should be exciting. Hope you'll all join us.
Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Vi.
As a matter of fact, the best bet one has is to quickly react to the first attack and save for the beats. She'll never pull back, just listen.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Blue Water Draft League. Tonight, Typhoons versus Honeycombs up in Sapphire should be very fun. These teams very evenly matched going into it. I think a lot of people are expecting either, if not a 4-game series, a 5-game series. I don't think this is going to be a clean sweep.
Yeah, much to maybe my dismay. I've got a feeling we're not going to get a clean 3-0 tonight. I think we're going to get something pretty back and forth. I would not be surprised to see us go 5 games, unless, like, one of our two teams just completely and totally collapse on us, which is not impossible. It has happened in the past. So,
It definitely has.
it
You
is
think it's
entirely...
bad? It's interesting. I'm back at school now. I have a CNC fabrication class at 9:30 in the morning. I'm pretty sure if I go in sleep deprived, that is an OSHA violation.
That is probably true, actually.
It's fine.
It's real unfortunate that I know tomorrow I've got lessons all day. So hopefully, hopefully the games are at least quick if we get 5 of them. In any case, we are here tonight, regardless of how long we are here. And we have our first rounds of bans have been completed. This is a full best of 5 fearless series. So we're going to start seeing some weird things as the series progresses. But for right now...
I don't think we're going to get anything more interesting than last week, honestly. I don't even know if that's possible.
Yes. It actually ruled to be negative gaming. Unfortunate. The misfortune will be the pickup here.
And somehow it only somehow, after all of the decisions, Raiders still lose 1 ban because of how emergency pickups work. So
Yep.
at the end of all of the rulings, it is still a -1 ban for Raiders, SMH.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse for the Raiders, who are having to play without Neversaw for at least a little while. I think maybe even the whole series. So they were going to lose 3 bans if not for, negative gaming. But to the draft right here, we have the Rel picked up with the Viego, something that Rigamortis really enjoys playing, something that Rigamortis is very proficient on. And the Rel is something that Toad, I know, enjoys playing as well. So picking up some comfort here, and also just a couple of champions that do work pretty well together in terms of team fighting and skirmishing. The B1 Misfortune, I think, is an interesting one, because while Misfortune is definitely a very good champion right now, she also has a lot of the ability. She's a very exploitable champion in terms of dealing with her. Braum is a great way to kind of help out with that, and a great way to kind of stop the engage or peel for this Misfortune. I think it's Braum, just a good champion all around here. As the Ari will be our blind mid.
Yeah, pretty standard pickup nowadays. I am a bit surprised to see the Misfortune already locked in, especially as like a B1. In Sapphire, it just doesn't seem like it's that high priority. Obviously, the Rel takeaway does make sense, a bit more aggressive with the Viego, and then we're locking in the Braum to sort of stop that aggression. So I like it so far. Very flexible game plan from the Typhoons. If we're going to see the Sivir picked up, that classic Sivir, Misfortune, Ash, Jinx, all the things that we've currently been seeing this season that have just been really strong, and Ari especially right now, with that Reserve build with all those burn items, the Leandries, the Blackfire Torch, going for the more Battle Mage style build that we've been seeing popping up has been a lot stronger than trying to go for full burst, because Ari nowadays just doesn't have the same kind of damage that other burst mages or assassins have.
Yeah, she is really more often picked just because she's a stable laner. She has a lot of mobility. She has a good pick potential. She has a lot of options as a champion that she can really set up. But as you said, she really kind of lacks that big upfront damage that you kind of need if you're going to have a mid lane threat as your kind of other carry in this game. So I'm curious to see if the Typhoons will pick up some other damage in either jungle or top lane. I know there are plenty of options for jungle if they want to opt into some kind of damage dealer. I doubt we'll see 2 more tanks. I think that's ill-advised. What might not be ill-advised, though, is we are going fast this game. We have decided our objective is to go very quick, move at incredible high speeds with the Zillion pickup here. We'll be going mid, actually. That is not up for debate. We do have the Rel here. So that is a Zillion mid into the Ahri. And the Gnar blind for the top lane.
I know we've seen this a bit, but I don't know if I'm really sold on the Gnar blind pick. It feels like we're watching a draft from like 2017, right? Like the classic, like, oh, we just blind pick Gnar, we blind pick Ahri, we blind pick. It feels like nowadays things are a bit more blind pickable. You can take a little bit more risk, and the Nocturne as well. So, I mean, yeah, this draft just kind of this really does feel like 2017 draft.
Yeah, we're picking this Nocturne champion. Let me take a big sip of water and read Zillion's ultimate ability and see what it does.
I was about to say, like, I understand the
Why did we
Nocturne
pick
Ahri, but it's so...
Nocturne, man.
Yeah, what? We're gonna answer with Vladimir. We got the Zillion with Sivir, Viego, Vladimir. Now this is a composition right here. This is content.
This is game one. Hello.
This is game one. This is in fact
Guys?
game one. We're saving our good picks for later.
Okay. This is actually the alternative strategy to Fearless, where you get all your bad picks out of the way first. So then in game 5, you actually have like good champions to play. Okay. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the vision.
And that way you're thinking, you're like, okay, they're gonna be out of stamina. They're not gonna know, but we're gonna have our good champs, and they're gonna be on bad champs, and they're gonna be tired, and everyone's gonna be tired, but we have the good champion.
Ooh, that's that's something like a strategy for sure. In either case, the Vladimir is certainly interesting. I know a lot of range champs do particularly well into the Gnar, because when he's mini, he's very exploitable. And if you either have the ability to dive in on him, for example, with the Irelia or Jax, who are both banned, or just kind of poke him out with a range champion. In either case, mini Gnar is very easy to deal with. And that's what you have to do if you're fighting Gnar, because if you just give him the ability to throw boomerangs at you and pelt you with auto attacks, he feels like one of the strongest champions in the game. But I do think that the Vladimir will feel pretty good. He also, the pool is a great tool to have to dodge Gnar's big CC. He can't stun you. He can't Gnar you into the wall. If he goes for his engage into CC, you can just hit the pool button, and if he whiffs his stun, then you feel pretty good about that. I do like what the Honeycombs have. I think it's very interesting. It is very much, we are going to run at you as a 5-man squad, and we are going to try and run you over. Just with a bit more zest than maybe we've seen with this kind of Sivir comp in the past.
Yeah, it's this very sort of mid-rangey style comp that wants to play in the middle of fights. They don't like all up front, but they're not like super far in the back. Lots of short ranges, but still, not melee range. So going into like the Nocturne, the Braum, the Gnar is not the greatest, but you still have a lot of ways to sort of pull MF out of that ultimate, to stop like any type of big engage with the Zillion, to disengage the initial engage, to re-engage. You have a lot of flexibility in your movement. Whereas Typhoons, once you use a lot of the big ultimates, there's not a lot in the neutral kit, right? Like, Ahri has movement through Spirit Rush, he can have multiple charges, like F3 reset, but once Gnar goes in, you don't have a way out. Once Nocturne goes in, you don't have a way out. You really need the dive to work, or you need the enemy to engage, and you need to get a big, Glacial Fissure, you need to get a big bullet time. Otherwise, you just kind of fall over. There's really not that much left in the tank after the start of a fight.
Yeah, so looking at these two drafts here, kind of, I know which one I favor here. For me, I gotta root against Nocturne. One of the most dog poo pee champions. I never want to see him ever again. Please stop picking this champion. Never do it again in front of my salad. But I also just like what the Honeycombs have in terms of a good Sivir comp. I think there are champions that would have been better in slot than Zillion and Vladimir, but I don't think they're that bad. So I think just the Sivir comp lol is going to win out here against just kind of good stuff Turbo from what the Typhoons have. At least that's my take on it.
I think that's pretty understandable. Typhoon's definitely simpler. I like Honeycombs. I think that the flexibility is going to allow them to do things, especially when teams are this close. I feel like flexibility in game plan, especially on like lower seeds, matters a lot more. I feel like it's a lot better of a way to manipulate when the game isn't going 100% your way. And in case of any throws, which might happen, I say might, probably will happen at some point.
Will.
Yeah, will happen. You know, no one's these teams are not going to play 100% perfectly, and I think wiggle room to work around any decisions made by yourself, teammates, or even to capitalize on decisions made by the enemy is going to help a lot.
Yeah. So let's see which team comes up strong. If the Honeycombs do end up taking game one through the power of the Sivir ulti and going back in time with Zilean, or if the Typhoons, through the power of picking good champions, end up taking the first one. We'll be back after the break, after the spectator delay, and we'll be in on the Rift for game one of our first series in the quarterfinals of the Sapphire Draft League. See you then.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back onto the Rift for game one. Our match versus, the Typhoons versus the Honeycombs. Nothing looking too out of the ordinary. Again, it's mostly coming down to a lot of these unique picks, right? Obviously, having the Vlad here, having the Zilean in that mid lane. Hawkeye's expect with the Electrocute on the Ahri is a bit interesting, especially now people tend to run like the Phase Rush or the Ahri for more poke, a bit more like reliability, but the burst is going to help trading, especially early on, so I can totally understand it.
Yeah, and I think it's actually pretty smart into the Zilean here. Zilean is typically a pretty passive laner. Obviously, he is going to try and poke you out with the occasional bomb or just throwing clocks at you. He does have a pretty decent auto attack range and a decent auto attack in general. It's a little clunky, but not too bad. So he can use Ahri very effectively. But with the Electrocute, it actually allows Ahri to fight back a little bit against the Zilean here and apply more pressure than she would be able to otherwise. If not for that, they would probably kind of just be trading blows fairly evenly, and I don't think that really benefits the Ahri at all. Zilean's goal here is to kind of just have a very neutral lane, go even in CS, clear out waves, and get into the later stages of the game where he can then proceed to do what Zilean does best, and that is be a nuisance. Throwing out slows and stuns and reviving people, if lucky enough, twice in one fight, right? So that's kind of Zilean's goal. And if Ahri can pressure Zilean's early weaknesses and kind of passivity in lane, I think that is going to be pretty beneficial. Otherwise, a pretty bad trade in bot lane taken here as a Hot Guy 6-pack looking for a big trade.
Yeah, just gonna keep those autos up, keep doing damage to X. And it makes sense, right? X-Craze, when you look at the Zilean, you understand it, that it is really not that strong early. You're really trying to stabilize and get out of lane. And not just get out of the lane, but just stabilize lane in general, right? Zilean, once you get that Lost Chapter, once you're able to clear a lot better, you can just sort of spam your cooldowns. It's sort of like Seraphine Bot, right? It doesn't really win super hard necessarily, but it trades super well, it stabilizes super well, it's very neutral, and it sets up for ganks very well, like this gank from Rigor Mortis right now on Hawkeye's Big Pack, who's trying to get the kill on X-Craze. Fortunately, not going to be able to get it down. No summoners used. I think both players realizing the health bars were just a little bit too low for anything to actually happen. But it will be Rigor Mortis picking up that first kill on the Viego, gonna get him off to a nice little lead.
Yeah, that's very good for Viego, a champion that is really strong with the snowball here. Wants to get those resets in fights, and picking up any amount of kills early on is fantastic. That was just kind of a bit of over-aggression from Hot Guy 6-pack there. Throwing out, just trying to step up, trying to get X-Craze, realizing that I need to kill this guy sooner rather than later, because once Zilean hits level 6, it becomes a lot harder to kill him to death, because you can kill him, but he won't die once he hits level 6. So just kind of the timer is on, maybe even literally on here, since it is Zilean, for Hawkeye 6-pack to make something happen, and that just allowed for Rigor Mortis to be on the right side of the map, walk up for a pretty easy kill, stealth into a stun into a takedown. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hyper Dragon is going to be kind of waiting a little bit here, having to look for anything, I suppose, waiting until level 6 more than likely to then try and make stuff happen with the Ahri. Both of these champions do work very well together. The Paranoia into Charm into total lockdown and burst makes it very easy to kill a guy. Ahri also roams very effectively, so she can kind of go with the Nocturne if they want to get like a 4-man dive onto bot lane. That's always an option to consider with the Nocturne here. Otherwise, though, kind of just a bit of a slow go. All right, good bomb combo there, but as you can see, not that much damage.
Now.
Zilean
and especially
does...
when Ahri just trades back, it's so hard, right? Even when Ahri trades back, it's like, okay, cool, now we're even though I did land the double bomb, because it just takes so long, it takes so many autos to like even equate to like the just return orb from the RQ.
Yeah, but that's one of Zilean's big weaknesses. So we'll see if that ends up playing a factor here. I think X-Craze is doing a good job CSing well, kind of holding their own. That early kill definitely did help. ZDB taking a lot of punishment here from this lane. Harry Augie doing a good job with those ricochet bullets. Just pumping out mad damage. As it looks like Hyper Dragon's opting into the first Drake here. First round of Grubbin's not quite up yet. Rigor Mortis, due to playing around the map, is actually down in farm quite significantly here. 3 camps Rig is down right now. That's a good lead to have if you're the Nocturne here, because again, you want to hit 6 early, you want to try and aggress early. Another thing I kind of want to point out here while we have a moment is how Vladimir is doing in the top lane. 20 CS over Yordle 1-trick on the Gnar is very good. That is why you pick the Vladimir champion, is again to kind of just aggressively bully out this tiny little fella with a constant slamming of abilities. And that's going to set up pretty well here. On the side of the Honeycombs, they did not get the first Drake. That went over to the Typhoons, but it looks like they're going to look at the first round of Grubbins, but Nocturne is here.
Yep, trying to pull it away. Unfortunately, Hyper Dragon is pretty low. It's going to be rough. Yordle one trick. Nice ultimate to try and get them away. Going to use the flash. Ultimate pop from it too easy, but not going to end up in any kills. Will end up with a really good trade, though, and forcing Hyper Dragon back. Having that extra trade onto Yordle one trick, who's forced to use the flash and the Gnar, means that these grubs should be pretty uncontested. There's not a lot going to be happening. The bright side is that you get pressure in the bot lane. Unfortunately, Hyper Dragon will get invaded before the grubs get taken out. Going to be forced out of his own jungle. So he's going to lose a lot more than those grubs. However, the collapse coming through. Okay, so expect lands the charm. The smite comes down, but Toad is very low. Has to flash away. Goes into the bush and loses vision. Hawkeye 6 back, flashing forward, getting stunned up, needs to land that return orb, does manage to pick it up, and gets the Spirit Rush out. Unfortunately, the flash forward, mid too easy, going to pick up that kill. X-Cray on the rotation as well, should inevitably lead to those grubs getting taken. However, a freeze in the bot side means that it's going to be really hard for ZDB, who Toad just came there, you know, roamed all the way up. Now they're going to be going back bot side, but they're already down 10 CS, and that's only going to increase. You know, I expect 20, multiple waves lost by the time that Sivir gets back down there. So you're actually going to have a pretty large lead in that bot side.
Yeah, they aren't even sending Sivir down there. They know it's a lost cause with Toad still not on the right side of the map, and that freeze being absolutely frigid right now. That is like a walk-in freezer down there. That's where you go to cry during a tough shift, is that bot lane right now. And it's a little unfortunate. They just kind of sent the Sivir to get vision, get some info. So it's going to be pretty rough for ZDB, but the rest of the Honeycombs I don't think are too upset about how that topside play really panned out. Obviously, Rigamortis was able to get the 3 Grubbins, but on top of that was able to get a pretty good invade. I was a little worried there because they were so deep against 3 players and didn't really have any backup around them. But a great stun from Rigamortis really disrupted Hawkeye 6-pack from getting any damage down. And without Gnar being able to go bigly, it was pretty easy for the Honeycombs to kind of just trade that back. And once, you know, mid too easy came in and X-Cray was on the way, it was kind of just an easy setup to flip that back around and they ended up losing one there in Toad, but they traded one back and end up getting the 3 grubs. So I don't think they're too upset about that. Meanwhile, Nocturne is here on the bot side for the Typhoons, trying to capitalize on this huge deficit in bot side here. We're getting down to 40 CS. ZDB is down now. That is catastrophic for the Sivir here. But fortunately, Sivir is just as useful by just hitting the button. So, you know, could be worse, I suppose.
Could be worse. Could be a lot better, though. That's, you know, I really like that from Harry Ogden and Leviathan, realizing things weren't going too hot on that top side of the map, and just being like, okay, instead of trying to send, instead of trying to trade when we know we're already late, bad things are happening, they managed to get a trade kill, and they're just like, all right, just freeze the lane, and that's exactly what they do. And now, major, not just XP, but CS deficit as well, gonna really put pressure on them, right? 40 CS, you know, down to about 30, but it's just gonna go right back up. Like, Harry Augie is really far ahead right now.
Yeah, that is something that they're going to have to contend with, especially because Misfortune is a very dangerous champion, especially when you do not have on your side the friendly Braum as, oh, X-Cray is in danger.
Yeah, gonna use the ultimate, Hyper Dragon using the ult to get in, but X-Cray with no ultimate left means that it's probably just gonna be over. Hyper Dragon picking up the first kill of the game. X-Cray is forced to use flash and the ultimate as well, so going down in cooldowns, down mid too easy, going for a fight, Yordle one trick, close to transforming. Fortunately, the damage taken just a little bit too much and can't quite fight back, especially when mid too easy. Still has the pool, still has the ghost. Not going to be able to fight that one back. And like you were saying, right, for Hyper Dragon, the first ult is the one that matters more than anything. Ooh, Rigamortis, though, coming around. I'll mention that in a sec, but Yordle one trick spotted out. Goes right back into mid-AR for the speed. Unfortunately, with no flash, means that the jump isn't going to be enough. Rigamortis flashes forward and picks up the feat of warfare for the Honeycombs.
Yeah, Rigamortis did try to get the stun there, just a little bit out of range, but it doesn't really matter because had the slow from the, I think it might have just been, either might have been Smite or just the Viego Q. I think it was the slowing Smite that came through for Rigamortis. Just made it an easy kill for Gnar, onto the Gnar there by Rigamortis. Good little turnaround there, capitalizing on mid 2 easy, getting a good fight, good little trade up in top side. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Hyper Dragon is going to be hypering these dragons in the bot side here, getting the second one for the side of the Typhoons, which is pretty decent, especially because this is a Mountain Rift. Mountain, great soul to have. Good shielding. I think the shielding alone will probably be enough to kind of negate Zillion's entire damage. So it's going to be a little iffy with the Honeycombs having to play kind of 4v5 with Zillion just being a slow and speed bot and a revive, I suppose. Not going to be entirely useless, of course, kind of overestimating perhaps the power of the Mountain Drake, but they do get that soul. It is going to be very good for them. But on the other side, of course, you know, you never want to give up 4 Drakes of the same kind to a team, because that just is bad news all around. Second round of the Grubs will also go to the Typhoons, so they end up picking up the 3. Okay, we do have an engage, but it's gonna get pooled.
Ooh, all right. Has to be careful. Mid 2 ease though with a big ult gets the pool. Unfortunately, it will get tagged up by that last Braum Q, and it puts him in the ground. Maybe if he didn't get that slow, we would have made it out, but it was a hard way either way. However, committing 4 members to that top side to try and get that tower, pretty dangerous. The bright side being you have 3 Grubs, you have 2 dragons, right? You already have the feat of Monster Slaying. If you're able to get this tower, Typhoons are still going to be able to pick up the feats, and it looks like they will be able to. I don't think that Honeycombs are going to be able to grab in time, yeah. And feats picked up now for Typhoons, who looking bad at the start, but now actually a bit in the lead off some nice macro.
Yeah, and absolutely that I think was a smart play to make. Realizing that, hey, we got the feats of we got the feats of monster slaying, and they saw an opportunity to go top lane, bully out a player, and crack a turret. I think that it could have been very risky if Honeycombs were able to respond fast enough, but the Honeycombs are kind of scattered. We have an engage.
Engage coming out. Have the Glacial Fisher down. X-Craze has already used the ult, so has to be careful about a potential re-engage from Hyper Dragon. The charm hits though, and Rigor Mortis needs one more auto. Gonna get into the stun as the flash forward from Leviathan comes through. Hyper Dragon with another shutdown. Mid 2 easy has joined the fight. Gonna try and get a big crash down, but it's not gonna do anything as a flash away. Toad has to be very careful. He's now under tower, but the shot's gonna take him out with Hawkeye 6-pack, ending up with kill credit. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Yordle One Trick 1v1ing ZDB, who maybe got a little bit antsy, bit off more than he could chew, and Typhoons coming out ahead in a big way.
Yeah, that is a huge swing for the Typhoons there. End up getting 3 off of that map play, although the bot lane one was a solo kill for Yordle One Trick. But yeah, that was just a really good engage from good little counter engage from the side of the Typhoons. Once Rigor Mortis blew ulti, it was pretty easy to get the Braum in there, stun up the Viego, and just kill him to death. And after that, picking up anything else was just kind of icing on the cake. It was just a good lockdown from the Braum. Leviathan playing very well this game on the Braum champion. As we do have an engage onto the Nocturne. Or with the Nocturne.
Yeah, Nocturne going in on mid 2 easy. Hyper Dragon getting some good damage down. Mid 2 easy. The face rush not going to be enough as Hyper Dragon has the extra movement speed. And yeah, once you get the Stride Breaker, it's so much easier to stick targets, right? Hyper Dragon picking up his 3rd kill of the game with 2 assists. I don't know if he has kill credit on everyone, but probably getting close can be really beneficial for that ultimate hunter. Stun from Yordle One Trick getting a lot of damage down onto X-Craze. No kill just yet, but still pressuring X-Craze out, gonna make it a lot harder, gonna make it forced to back. And yeah, Typhoons have just been playing the map game really well, right? Even if some of the individual plays were questionable to say the least, as a team they've been running around the map, they've been playing the macro in a really smart way that's led to them having now a 2,000 gold advantage at 15 minutes into the game, 45 seconds to the drag, in a really good spot.
Yeah, absolutely. With 40 seconds to the Drake, they got to feel pretty good about this. Hyper Dragon should have Paranoia for that as well, so that is going to be pretty huge. I always talk bad on the Nocturne champion because it always feels like Nocturne gets picked and doesn't do anything, but Hyper Dragon I think is making good use of the Nocturne ultis, finding good pick opportunities, and just trying to make the most of every single paranoia. It's so often we see Nocturne get picked up and then they just don't convert off of anything, and the team is working pretty well around the Nocturne to actually make them worthwhile. Hawkeye Sixpack going for a bit of an engage, just kind of poking out ZDB and Toad right here in front of the Herald. 2 objectives on the map right now, both the Herald and the third Drake. Would not be surprised. It looks like the Typhoons are moving towards that. No vision from the Honeycombers on this side of the map, so just going to be likely given up here. And yeah, the Honeycombs are going to reset here. We do still have Rigor Mortis and Mid 2 Easy on the bot side, but it's really not going to amount to a whole lot of anything as this Drake is absolutely getting shattered. They're going to see it at the very least. Yeah, they're going to witness it, but that is about all they can really do. That is sole point for the Typhoons as they make their way up to the top side of the map now. Toad looking for Hawkeye Sixpack with X-Craze. Charm misses. We could see a play here.
Yeah, but Toad spotted out Hawkeye Sixpack. Just going to use the Spirit Rushes to try and get out. And once you've used it, you know the committing, you're not going to get anything off of it, right? You got the ultimate. You can be happy. Maybe you get a rotation off of that. You're able to capitalize on that cooldown, but Toad and X-Craze are not going to be able to. Toad especially not with Flash, right? Hawkeye Sixpack, especially in that section of the map, you have, one wall to jump over, the next wall to jump over, then you run a little bit down, you're over back to the Herald pit with your team. Like, there's really just no way that Toad and X-Craze can realistically chase that down.
Yeah. Rift Herald will get picked up by the Typhoons here. Hyper Dragon going to hold on to that one, potentially look to crash it into the mid lane here. I think they might just walk up and take care of this and hold on to it, but they're going to get engaged on.
Yep, have to be careful now. Big Glacial Fissure comes out, and the shutdown onto Hyper Dragon, really nice from the Honeycombs. Hawkeye Sixpack TP's in, but it's a little bit too little bit too late. Just going to try and defend the tower now, but Honeycombs able to pick up that big shutdown is a massive help there, especially because I believe it was onto ZDB. Oop, now flash forward from Hawkeye Sixpack, realizing that Ari didn't have the Spirit Rush and capitalizing on it. Came up after the stun already came through, and that's what I was talking about, right? You're able to force out that cooldown, you're able to capitalize. Rigor Mortis tries to flash forward to get the charm, fortunately misses Harryagi, and is forced to back up. Really nice fights now from
Yordle one trick.
One trick at the 1v1 in the bots. Trinity Force just doing so much work.
Yeah, Mid 2 Easy got Goomba stomped there. Absolutely hopped on by the Yordle one trick Gnar. And this is kind of one of the things about Gnar is that he does do a lot out of lane, while the Vladimir is certainly good in lane at punishing the Gnar. They gave a lot of breathing room for Yordle one trick to just kind of side lane, get caught back up, get that Triforce, and now it's pretty difficult actually for the Vladimir to win this in a straight 1v1, especially once Gnar starts building towards this Wit's End that you see a lot of Gnars go. A very good option in this game. Will again kind of make Zillion's damage negligible and will really help in fighting this Vladimir, who almost certainly going to just kind of be on the side trying to force somebody to go meet him, force a 4v4 around the map. But the Vladimir does not have TP, and I think it would be better off here trying to fight with this Vladimir rather than have him on a side lane, especially because now you know that Yordle one trick is going to be winning these fights. So if you're gonna have anybody on a side lane, maybe just X-Craze since he has TP, but it's a pretty tough call, I think, as the Otacon is up now, and it looks like the Typhoons are just gonna try and take it off a spawn here. And yeah, the Honeycombs are just not in a position to respond to this. The Honeycombs are kind of just losing objective after objective. They're gonna try and fight this now, but it might be too late.
Yep, you can see the shield comes out. Nice Glacial Fissure, interrupting the engage from Rigor Mortis. Now the re-engage from Honeycombs. Yordle one-track finally rejoins with the rest of the team as he jumps forward, and ZDB is caught in the pit. Eventually collapsed on by Hyper Dragon, although steps forward a bit too far, and that might have been out of position. Toad picks up Hyper Dragon. The Resurrect finally coming through, and Rigor Mortis is still here. Flash forward from Me Too Easy. Lands the ult onto multiple. Hariyagi ticking down. Will get picked up by Rigor Mortis in the clone form again. Another shutdown comes through. Hariyagi was able to get one before going down. Unfortunately, Hawkeye 6-pack with no flash, with no Spirit Rush, not going to be able to pick up anything else. And it'll end up as a 3-for-1. The Honeycombs turning that fight around. Huge play. X-Craze getting a really nice resurrection off. But I do feel like that fight came down to a bit of a misposition from Hyper Dragon, who went forward thinking that they had room to auto, but the second he moved up, Spell Shield gets blown, gets stunned up, and is just immediately collapsed on by the 4 frontline members of Honeycombs.
Yeah, that's one of the big things about fighting into this Honeycombs composition is you have to be very careful about getting locked up and absolutely destroyed. Rigor Mortis, Rel both have very good, pretty quick stun tools that they can throw out at you. X-Craze has the insane Zillion slow, 99% power at level 14, assuming they didn't go rewind second for some reason. That's almost certainly going to be a 99% slow at this point. And yeah, you're just going to have to be really concerned as the Nocturne here. You have to take better angles than that. Of course, I don't think the Paranoia was up for that fight, and that certainly kind of changes the math, makes it a bit more difficult to engage as the Nocturne. But yeah, really just kind of a good turn from the Honeycombs, taking advantage of the fact that the Typhoons were already kind of weakened from fighting the Otacon. That's one of the big risks of rushing the Otacon, is if you can't take it quick enough, you end up just giving over your life. But we have a TP in, the Strike Spike's going to be nasty.
Yeah, it could mean a lot. Hawkeye 6-pack picking up Toad. Big bullet time comes out. 2 already picked up as Rigor Mortis goes down. And without your main engage, without your Viego, it's a lot harder. Too Easy trying to find a flank for a big ultimate. Drops it, but unfortunately there's just no way to follow up. And Typhoons, with a Soul Sweep right there, picking it up. Not even a 1,000 gold advantage, but having Soul. Again, like we talked about, the macro game. 2 towers up. Full Soul. Full control over this Baron. Have just been playing the macro game so well, and now they're moving up towards the Otacon. Gonna put the Gnar mid just to make sure that there's pressure somewhere on the map that they can't just come and contest this Otacon. And because it's the Voracious Otacon, they're gonna get a free resurrection, so it's gonna make snowballing these fights even easier and even harder for Honeycombs to pick up.
Yeah, and some of these champions, like the Gnar and the Nocturne, absolutely love to have the free revive from Voracious Otacon. It means that you can play Nocturne the way you wish you could play him, where you just go in and die with your... It's a little scary there, but we did get it in smite range. No worries about the Zillion bombs, as we do pick that one up. ZDB is going to get a little bit of consolation prize on the bot lane here, getting an outer turret, but it is certainly just a consolation prize, as it wasn't even a bounty boosted turret there, as the gold is still very even here. In fact, it is currently favoring the Honeycombs ever so slightly, but that's not looking at the gold value from the Mountain Drake, the Mountain Soul, all of the objectives, as we do have an engage from Hyper Dragon.
Yep, Hyper Dragon going in, trying to find something, not going to be able to get anything away. Lots of move speed, just everyone running out. Toad was forced to use both sums though. Going to be really hard now. Whenever that next fight comes up, you don't have that flash crash down into the magnet pole. You don't have the ignite for any healing reduction. It's a bit difficult now because that Rel is your main engage. You need Typhoons to keep going into you. You need to try and peel back. And right now, Typhoons know that they don't have to do that. They can just keep putting the pressure on, putting people in side lanes. They do not need to force these 5v5s.
Yeah, absolutely do not need to kind of pressure this right now. As the Honeycombs, they are really just trying to bide some time. Maybe they try and look for a fight at Baron once that gets started, but even then, it is a bit of a tough ask. I do think at this point, with the Baron up, you kind of just have to accept the fact that you really need your 5-man roster together, and unfortunately, you're playing in a Gnar, which makes that very difficult. And you don't have TP on X-Craze anymore, so that means that you're losing that additional tool to try and allow you to deal with the side laning Gnar, who does have TP, and is very dangerous. I don't necessarily know if anybody on the side of the Honeycombs can actually deal with him. Kind of just have to wave clear around him, which is what the Vladimir is going to attempt to do. Looks like we got pings onto the Baron as it is going to be started up here, but it's going to be obviously kind of spotted out that this is happening, but the Honeycombs are not in a good spot to try and fight this one out. No Rigor Mortis, just X-Craze here. They're not going to be able to flip this, although we do have the Paranoia coming in, but that is from the other side. Yeah,
Yeah,
easy
I like
secure.
that from Hyper Dragon. Right, you like to see that from Hyper Dragon, right? Putting the Paranoia, not to do anything, but knowing that because you have the Ultimate Hunter, you have this, right? You have all this cooldown reduction, you're going to have it up by the next fight. So we're just going to use it to make sure that you can't get into the Baron Pit, that you can't see over the wall, that you have absolutely no knowledge of what's happening. Flash River with Rigor Mortis and your one trick going to lead to him getting stunned up as the Nar's trying to jump away, but the Heart Piercer and Rigor Mortis just does so much damage on this crit build that the Gnar is not able to get away. Picked up in a side lane, and that's going to be one Baron member off. And in addition to having it off one member, that was their main side laner. That's the person putting pressure on those bot towers, on those top towers, while the rest of your team pushes. And now that he's dead, you kind of just have to try and barrel it down mid or play it more slowly, but it does take a lot of pressure off of Honeycombs to try and come back, try and play for this Elder Dragon fight.
Yeah, and especially because they have the Sivir here, who is very good at clearing Baron waves. It makes it pretty difficult for the side of the Typhoons to just look to straight siege down mid lane. It looks like they're going to send Hawkeye 6-pack to the side lane. I think that's a good choice. You need to have two lanes pressuring here with the Baron. Even if you're kind of making both a little suboptimal, I think sending the Ahri onto the side lane is the best thing you can do, since she also has the TP. She also has the ability to kind of move around pretty quickly like the Gnar. So that's kind of the best you can hope for in terms of making this siege happen. It's going to be a little slow. Gnar is back out on the map, but as long as the Typhoons can kind of keep this 4-1 split, I think they're going to be pretty happy about it. Although, again, into Sivir, it's not going to be very easy to crack the 4-man lane. You're kind of hoping that Ahri can crack a side. Honestly, maybe even send Gnar up to the top side and just hope that the Honeycombs don't try and flip a 3v4. They might not be able to, all things considered. Leviathan's going to get slowed down, but not going to amount to anything. As Typhoons are on the run. They're going to get caught up, though.
Yep, inevitably caught. Leviathan going to be the first one to fall. Yordle one-tricks. Nice Gnar back into the wall. Unfortunately, the Hariagi picked up before he can get a full bullet time off. CDB in the back line, going to get flashed on as Hawkeye 6-pack has been tearing apart the back of this fight. Inevitably flip back in. Toad, very low. Yordle one trick just needed one auto to finish it off, and now put into the speed boost. Needs to get a little bit of jump to try and find X-Craze, but is going to be charmed up. Rigor Mortis was on the Ahri. Now has to be careful, though, because Hyper Dragon's still there. Gonna miss the Q, though, barely. Mid too easy now in the 1v2 to try and pick up any kills. Rigor Mortis has to be careful. He's just so close to dying in the claw from downtown. Stepped a little bit too far forward, and it's just a matter of time before mid too easy goes down. Hyper Dragon picks up another kill, and they turn their eyes towards the Baron. The bright side, you have a lot of healing, but the Zillion is still up. CDB up in 5 seconds. Are they going to be able to melt this Baron in time is the big question. They're doing pretty good damage. The Elder Dragon's doing decent damage back. They're healing. They don't have Smite. So it could be stolen. It really is going to come to... Oh, no. Are we just giving?
Yeah, they're just giving. I don't necessarily... I mean, I don't know if Zillion alone could make the magic happen, but I feel like you at least... Yeah, no, they're at a player disadvantage, too. Yeah, everybody's out on the map
before... You have to try, right? Like...
I feel like you have to, but I think the big blunder there came from just Rigor Mortis dropping. When you get as low as you are lucky to live with that whisper and a prayer that you did before. I understand why Rigor Mortis was trying to, like, hang around the edges, you know, wait for a stun to come back up, attempt to try and flip on to the lower HP members of Typhoons, but you are throwing away your life before a major objective as the jungler, and that is pretty egregious. You give that over, you open up a window of opportunity for the Typhoons, and sure, I feel like, yeah, X-Craze could have gone in and tried to at least stall, but it's Zillion here. I don't necessarily know if Zillion's enough to delay what we saw there with the kind of clearing, especially once the Typhoons arrive. It would have ended with probably X-Craze dead, and then a number disadvantage here for the Elder engage. Could have tried to flip it. The steal would have been the big win here. But I think with the
I don't know, with the
Sivir-
Soul, that's what scares
Yeah.
me, right? Is you have is like Soul plus Elder Dragon, Mountain Soul plus Elder Dragon. When you're already in a lead, I just feel like that's in curtains no matter what. I feel like I feel like it's much more of a miracle to try and win a fight after that than to try and just go for the flip initially.
Yeah, it seems like a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation.
It really is.
I feel like with the Honeycombs, maybe their math they were doing was like, okay, they don't have the Baroned up minions, we can try and just wave clear with Sivir. And that's kind of what they're just hoping for here. But honestly, the ZDB has really just not done a whole lot on the Sivir champion this game. We've not really seen very much in terms of any kind of damage, or aside from clearing waves, really just hasn't been that impactful. Granted, I don't necessarily know if the Misfortune has been that impactful either. Neither of these AD carries have done much, relatively speaking, but I don't know. There are a lot of choices I think the Typhoons could have the Honeycombs could have made there, but it would have been choices being made after a huge blunder in that fight mid, when they could have just walked away with their lives and ended up giving over more than they needed to. But in the end, it is going to amount to the Typhoons picking up a now 5.5k gold lead, and also picking up 2 inhibs for themselves on the other side of the map to the Baron. And that's going to be very tough for the Honeycombs to deal with, especially because they only have the 1 TP on X-Craze, who does not do very well at clearing super minion waves. But they're going to try and make a fight happen. They've got a flank from Too Easy. We'll see if they can make it.
Yeah, Speed Boost goes in to try and get Z-Babies on some autos. Leviathan taking some good damage, but so far there's not a lot happening. Big engage from Toad, though, to try and find something. The Glacial Fisher just to knock it back. Bullet Time zones the rest of them off, and now the fight's completely split, with ZDB going down very quickly, X-Craze following shortly after, and the rest of Honeycombs are falling one by one. Only one left alive, mid Too Easy will fall. Not Clean was still an ace, but Leviathan was taken out at the end of that fight. But unfortunately, when you're just ace like that, Super's up, Soul's up, Inhib's down, there's just no way for this game to not end, right? Typhoon's gonna march it down mid, pick up game 1, and yeah, we can just see the pet waiting for its owner in base. Unfortunately, Gus
How very
Walker's gonna have
sad.
to wait until next game to see any more action as Typhoons pick up game 1. Pretty dominant macro fashion, despite the kills looking similar.
Yeah, Honeycombs did a good job of keeping it relatively close in terms of fights and taking good skirmishes around the map, but unfortunately they kind of dropped the ball in terms of getting objectives. They were very late to a lot of these objectives around the map. They didn't necessarily make great choices in terms of who to send where in terms around the map, how to utilize their champions around the map. And I think that was kind of one of the big weaknesses of opting out of the second TP. You lose that ability to have your top laner be able to teleport. Obviously, as a Vladimir, you want to have the Ghost because you're Vladimir, and you want to have the Flash because you're Vladimir. So it ends up being that you kind of have to give up that if you're picking the Vladimir top lane. And while it did do a decent job of neutralizing Yordle one trick, as you can see, it did not make much of a difference by the end of the game, as Yordle one trick on the Gnar was able to go pretty nutso crazy in these fights, with the help of Hyper Dragon and Hawkeye Six-Pack, also both playing very well this game. As much as I hate Nocturne, personally, the Nocturne did great. Nocturne did what it needed to do. Can't be
and
mad
I think
about that.
I think the big thing is pilot skill as well. I think Hyper Dragon played it really well. I think there were some really smart ultimate usages, not just going for kills necessarily, but using them in ways, to peel off objectives, to just use it as a tempo play. I think it was really, really smart. I think that was a really good utilization of it that we normally don't see. We just see teams, going in, we're all all in on this Nocturne. But I think, like I said, like a well-rounded comp, it did rely a lot on the start of the fights. but you have a lot of ways to play the start of the fights. You can play it with the Braum peel, you can sort of re-engage, or you can be the ones to kick it off. But once that first fight starts, you need something big to happen, and they did multiple times. Huge glacial fissures. Leviathan, I think, really unsung hero of this game. Leviathan on the Braum was pulling so much weight. Amazing peel every game, amazing ultimates, just keeping people alive through everything. In my opinion, I think Leviathan was definitely MVP for this game. Very much an unsung hero in my eyes.
Yeah, support bias, but I do think Leviathan played very well in the Braum champion. Granted, Braum, as we know, is the best champion in the format, always has been, always will be. But
This is known.
Yeah, they just did really well, and I think played really smartly with Harry Augie, especially in those early stages of the game, opting into, getting a good freeze that knocked ZDB out of the game entirely for so long there. It really just came down to the Honeycombs were rigor mortis and hope that we win. And unfortunately, Viego is not a bulky enough champion to be able to win on his own. You have to play so incredibly flawlessly, and we just didn't see that to really deliver the hard 1v9 carry that maybe rigor mortis was going to have to do there. But the Honeycombs, they are able to get back to the drawing board here. All 10 of these champions are off the board. Some, it's better than others that we no longer have to see them. Maybe for the Honeycombs, it's for the best we don't have to see Zillion later in the series when things are more serious. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be in draft for game 2 of our series here between the Typhoons and the Honeycombers. Stick around. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back,
right,
everybody.
welcome
Here.
back. Welcome back for drafts. Game 2. Typhoons up game 1. Interesting comps. We have some of the spicier champions already out of the pools. A lot of the common ones as well. We don't get to see Braum anymore. Misfortune already taken out of the pool as well. We have the Viego for some of these people, the Rel and the Sivir taken out. And Jinx, the next one up on the docket, not surprised about. There's a couple left over. The Corki, the Varus, both very common picks if we want to end up seeing them. But things right now I think are still expected to be relatively standard going into games 2 and 3. I don't think I'm expecting to see any super crazy shakeups, especially after the more interesting comp losing last game. I think both teams are going to stick keeping around the basics for this first one, and maybe switching up. We'll have to see. Maybe a little bit of difference, but I highly doubt it. I think where most of the adaptations, most of the interesting stuff that you tend to see is usually in game 3, 4, and 5. The first 2 games tend to be a bit more mellow, especially if you do see something interesting game 1 and it doesn't work. Game 2 is usually just, all right, we're going to pick the standard 5. We got a tank, a bruiser, a mage. You got a peel or tank supporter, an enchanter, and a carry. You're just really going as normal as humanly possible.
Yeah. If you try to go risky in game 1, obviously, it's oftentimes maybe it's better to get some of those picks out of the way early, because then you can play a bit more standard for longer, especially once the series becomes more life or death for you. It's not amazing to just be like, yeah, we're gonna lose this game, but we're gonna try and do it funny to maybe win. But yeah, now they're gonna go back to standard, having their standard 5-man compositions. You always want to have your 1 tank, 1 healer, 3 DPS. Is that the setup, or is it 1 tank, 2 healers, 2 DPS? I don't know. I play Final Fantasy 14, so that's a 4-man team for dungeon, right? In any case, in the draft here, we do have our 80 carry mages being picked up on both sides, and it looks like the Honeycombs are going to be going for the Wukong. And yeah, these are 2 compositions that are very standard. No big surprises here between these 2 teams. They've got good ball delivery, good engage with the side of the Typhoons, good aggression with the Tristana to play into the Jinx. Meanwhile, the Jinx and the Victor make a very good hyperscaling combo that can, with the Wukong being able to alleviate some of that early game weakness through Wukong's early game power, allowing those 2 champions to actually scale into the later stages. Just 2 very smart drafts right now. Nothing to really say in terms of bad decisions being made quite yet. We'll have to see what our last round of picks will reveal to us. If either team has something they're cooking in the tank here. We are looking for a support and a top lane for both of these teams. So a lot of options on the board for both of them. And I think if you're the side of honestly, I feel like if you're either team, unless you're targeting a specific player, you just look to take out supports. Keep these 80 carries as miserable as possible, especially the Jinx, who you would really rather not give a good partner to. Unless you counterpick it, I suppose.
Yeah, you could always save the R5 support, which I'm a fan of. I do like it, but seems like they don't expect Typhoons to do that, and I'm not too surprised. Typhoons going for a lot of this sort of one combo big team fight build right now. They are actually going to save it, which is I like to see that. That's something I really like. Just picking the Ornn, knowing that it's pretty good into the Wukong, but also a good blind if they decide to send the Wukong jungle. Jarvan, pretty decent into the Wukong as well. You have a lot of ways to deal with this, especially with the e-mobility of these carries, right? You have the Victor, the Jinx, both of them, pretty good movement, ways to peel themselves, but once you get locked in that cage, you get hit with the shockwave, you get hit with that Ornn, you're probably going to die. You don't have a lot of ways out. So they're just going to counterpick, lock up the Gwen to play into that Ornn, and I'd imagine here we probably see them either double down on a peel support or full engage. I don't expect to see just a facilitating enchanter like the something like the Soraka, something like the Sona. Obviously I think that's just a little bit too much of a game plan at this point. I'd be expecting, if you go with the enchanter, something like the Lulu, the Melio, or maybe you go something more of that peel tanky thing like they Thresh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Thresh would be a pretty good option here. But the Taric,
Taric instead.
one of Toad's favorite champs, the Taric,
Yeah,
something he
no,
plays a lot. And the
immediate Shen
Shen?
lock in. I like this. I like this.
Okay.
Having a lot of map pressure, being able to back up that engage. And the thing I don't know if I really like about Taric, it scales, right? It's not as good as, you know, in the early and mid game as the Thresh, as the Lulu, as something that can sort of buy a lot more time going into those mid game fights for the Jinx and the Victor. It takes a little while to get your items online, to get the tier, right? You get the locket, the Fimbulwinter. It takes a minute to stack everything up, and it takes a minute for that cosmic aura to come down, right? There's a very real chance that one of your carries just gets blown up with the shockwave, with all the burst damage, before the ultimate even lands, even if you did have an amazing reaction. So I think this is definitely a skill pick, but I don't know if it's gonna work out. I think there's a lot of ways that Typhoons can work around it.
Yeah. I don't know. Looking at these two comps, very standard, I think, on both sides. Typhoons obviously opting for a bit more of that team fight aggression with the J4 and the Shockwave and the Oran Horn, looking for big fights around any major objective. And they also have the ability to move around the map with the Stand United going anywhere. Granted, it is a support Stand United, so it'll be a little less effective than it would be from a top lane Shen, unless this is support Ornn for some godforsaken reason. This isn't Ronin, so we know it's not jungle Ornn. We can cross that off the list. No jungle Ornn. That's not gonna happen. But yeah, I think both comps coming in with a pretty standard upfront game plan. Honeycombs, I think the main thing is that the Typhoons are very bulky and beefy, and the Honeycombs are maybe a bit on the squishier side, relatively speaking, but they do have the Cosmic Radiance, which means it doesn't matter how many defenses you have if you're invincible. So, at least for invincible for like 2.5 seconds. So, I don't know. I like Taric. I like the Gwen. I like the scaling options. I'm mainly concerned that if the Honeycombs are not able to play around the map, if they get routed around objectives, then they aren't going to be able to have time to actually scale into their win conditions, but they have some pretty crazy win conditions in this game. I don't know. I wasn't too inspired last game by the Honeycombs, so I think if I'm rating a draft in a vacuum, I like what the Honeycombs have, but I think based off of what we saw last game, I would favor the Typhoons.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I still favor Typhoons here. I do like Honeycombs. I just feel like there's a lot that can go wrong. I feel like you need a lot to go right to have it work, right? You need to make sure you're still winning in that top side, which, you know, after last game was a bit rough. You know, you still had the counter match, but it was still going rough, so you really need to win. I do like the combination Wukong and Taric, has some really strong engage, able to sort of play in the mid to get everyone that Cosmic Radiance before going in. The carries do a lot of damage, but they are very squishy. Typhoons have this very, very committed fighting comp, you know, really good at team fighting, really good at catching people out of position with a Shockwave, with a Flying Dragon, with the Shen taunt, and a lot of map pressure because of that Stand United that Honeycombs just doesn't have. They need to be so on top of that rotations, or they'll just always be down members. I think you're right. I think Typhoons are going to take a quick 2-0.
Yeah, well, we'll see if that happens, or if the Honeycombs can scale into their very powerful late game tools. They're gonna be on knife's edge to do it, but it is not impossible with the power of the Cosmic Radiance. So we'll have to see if they can do that when we come back into the game here. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back very shortly, so stick around. We'll be back soon.
That lives inside this soul, yeah. Inside this world, there is no way to forgive us. I'm done. Deliver up. It's never the same as something innocent. I say
All right, welcome on to the Rift for Game 2. Honeycombs versus Typhoons. Big excitement going on, feels like, right now. Uh, Lots of unique, a couple interesting picks, mostly in the support role, right? Tarek versus Shen, not something that you see very often.
Yeah, the Tarek, I think, is just one of Toad's kind of comfort picks, something he enjoys playing. He's played it in different points throughout the season. And the Shen, I think, is just kind of a good response into the Tarek, able to engage and exploit this pretty, I guess, pretty inflexible champion in terms of what they can do. You have your one stun button that is extremely telegraphed, and you can kind of just like dash through it. So I think that the Shen is kind of a smart choice here for Leviathan. I think it's also something Leviathan likes to play. So looking at these two drafts, I think overall, as we got this little 5-point start here, I imagine we're going to be playing pretty slow right now, at least until Rigamortis is able to start making ganks happen, unless we have a surprise play down here. Leviathan, oh, they do have a ward on it. So
Yeah, they gotta know at this one. Like, okay, if the auto goes out, they 100% know, yeah. And even if they were able to, I don't know if I think they win that fight level 1, especially with Jinx having the lethal tempo and the Guardian up. It feels like a big stun the Gauss as well. Just like they just lose that, so maybe probably not the best play to go for it no matter what. But yeah, like you said, I think early lane pressure, I don't think there's going to be a lot of fighting. But I think there are going to be early ganks. I think the combination of the Wukong, of the Jarvan, mirroring sides, by the way, they're not just flipping the map. They're not going to be going. They're both paddling towards bot side. I do expect to see early ganks and counter ganks.
Yeah, well, before we get any further, I do want to give a quick shout out to procomps.gg. If you want to draft like the expert gamers here you see on the Blue Otter League, you can download procomps.gg, current sponsor to the Blue Otter League series of streams, the Blue Otter cinematic universe, as it were. You can use procomps.gg to get yourself some live draft advice, some ban recommendations, pick recommendations, pre-game guides, and help you generate pools for your team if you're playing in an amateur league, whether it is draft or constructed. You can pool all your champions together and give a coach or just a singular captain the ability to instantly see what options that you have at a moment's notice. You can even create custom tier lists to allow you to better determine which options are the best. So if you want to join the over 280,000 people who have downloaded procomps.gg and the thousands of active users, it is free to download, free to try. Give it a whirl. It may or may not improve your experience, but I'm certain that it'll at least be worth your time to check it out. So download and check out procomps.gg. And now back to Ornn.
Ornn goal? No Ornn goal today, unfortunately. But Ornn's still doing really good on the trades with the grasp, with some really nice trading patterns really helping. More to some good damage on Hyper Dragon, but yeah. Not expecting to see anything too crazy. Was like a little bit, kind of fighting, but no summoners used. Nothing really going on too much right now. Both junglers taking their clear, grabbing their scuttles, walking back towards the top side. Rigamortis gonna grab that. And potentially a gank onto Yordle one trick. They did just see the Wukong pass through mid. See the pings coming down. I imagine Yordle one trick gonna be backing up here pretty quickly, knowing that Wukong gank is coming through.
Oh, flash from Harry.
A big damage from ZDB, who's now dying really, really fast. Lots of heals going down. Harry Augie will pick up the kill. Unfortunately, will go down to the tower, but lots of summoners used. All 4 used from the Honeycombs, whereas Leviathan still has flash, a really important spell for that Shen, because the flash taunt just puts so much pressure on the enemy team, just the threat of it. So 1 for 1, and all things considered, I think Hariyagi is very happy with that. You get the wave in, you get the kill, and you get out. I think, all in all, good trade. However, Hyper Dragon is in mid, hovering around, looking for a kill. X-Craze. Nice. Yeah, barely makes it out. Hyper Dragon doing a lot of damage, though. Not going to flash, though. Releasing X-Craze has it. Doesn't want to force it out. Thinks the Flag and Drag is more important than X-Craze's flash. They're just going to push in that mid lane, grab everything here, and the engage here from Leviathan, going to all in now onto ZDB. Because Leviathan has the flash, it's going to give a free reign for Hariyagi to jump in and get out with a dive. Another wave pushed in is going to set ZDB so far behind.
Yeah, that is a crazy dive there. very risky. Towers are so dangerous this early in the game. And Leviathan was like, yeah, we got this. I think Harry, Augie, and Leviathan utilizing their champions tools so effectively, especially the rocket jump resets off of the explosive shot, are incredibly good from Harry, Augie there. Made it so easy to just get in, blast away ZDB, and send a lot of, get another kill, and also send a lot of minions into that turret. At the very least, ZDB is not going to fall too far behind in CS. Actually currently having a small lead in CS over Harry Augie, but that kill is going to be pretty good for the Tristana, who was able to get a good back onto the slingshot, whereas Jinx currently just sitting on a bunch of attack speed items. Not super favorable here for the Jinx, relatively speaking. However, Harry Augie's now going to be in a bit of a precarious situation without Leviathan down there. I don't think we'll see a dive without the Cosmic Radiance, but
Yeah.
we could see Leviathan potentially flipping. Oh, no, we're not. We're going to be fine. Leviathan does still have Flash, so that's something that the bot lane of the Honeycombs have to be aware of, is that Shen does have the ability to go hard at any time, and I think they're really going to want to try and make that happen before Taric gets Cosmic Radiance. And definitely before the sums come back up from ZDB and Toad. We do have the barrier, we do have the exhaust, both coming up pretty soon, so it's something to keep an eye on. For our junglers here, both getting a relatively even clear, as we do have Rigamortis looking for something, but will not commit.
Nothing ever happens. This is known.
Nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens.
Oh
Yeah,
boy,
both of
would
our
you look at
junglers.
the time.
Yeah, both of our junglers, J4 and Rigamortis, both not accomplishing a whole lot around the map. Maybe not what you want to see with your J4 and Wukong from Hyper Dragon or Rigamortis. These champions typically can be pretty aggressive, but these lanes are kind of hard to gank. Mid lane is your best option, and we saw that that didn't exactly go as planned for Hyper Dragon. More just helping out Hawkeye 6-pack with that engage. So I guess we're going to be looking at these trade of the next round of objectives, because we did see that come down. First Drake went over to the Honeycombs. First round of Grubbins go over to the Typhoons. A bit of a flip from what we saw last game in terms of getting those objectives, I guess. It is appropriate for the sides of the map. Blue side is a better, better access to the Drake in terms of getting it. And top side is usually better for the for getting the Grubbins. So not too much to complain about for either team. All sticking relatively even, aside from the extra kill given over to the Tristana. So yeah, I guess we're
I
just
like
kind of we've got a very slow one. Last game was a bit on the faster side. This one is definitely a slow burn.
Yeah, something I like though, going the call on the Tristana, knowing that, you know, even with the early dive, the early lead, the early XP advantage, going for the call is going to let you scale into this Jinx very well, because, you know, despite Tristana definitely feeling very aggressive early on, she scales quite well, right? This is not like a Draven-like champion that's going to fall off in the late game. Tristana does a ton of damage, especially on the 3 and 4 items, right? Now, in the super late game where everyone has 6 items, is she as strong as the other hyper carries? No, absolutely not. But she still scales really, really well with items and levels because of her passive, giving that extra range, making her so much safer, so much mobility with that rocket jump. So I like the sort of slow burn that we're going for on all of our carries, honestly, right? The Lost Chapter, you got Ornn going for the Hollow Radiance. Everyone just sort of chilling out right now, knowing that, you know, with this team fight comp, they expect, even though the carries scale better, they still expect to win with their team comp. They expect to win with teamwork in the long con.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what the Typhoons are betting on here, because otherwise, very clearly, Victor does more in the later stages. At 6 items, Victor is going to be better than Orianna, and Jinx is going to be more effective than Tristana. But that's going to be like, you know, a very hyper late game scenario. And speaking of Ornn here, here he is, folks.
Yeah, we'll see. And the 1v1 coming through thanks to Leviathan and his Stand United. Heat of Warfare picked up for Typhoons. And yeah, +1.
Yeah. Good Stand United. I think that was necessary there to survive the Gwen. Good pickup from Yordle One Trick. This is, you know, a typical counter pick, but Ornn's got hands. So you can't always just guarantee to get a free win in a 1v1 fight. You cannot count Ornn out in any scuffle. And now he's got the Hollow Radiance, which is going to be bad news for mid to easy, but great for Yordle one trick in terms of getting out of this lane and becoming a big menace as Leviathan's found Toad.
And Toad has to be careful. Does have the flash, going to be forced to use it. Still really good. The Tristana getting the flash, I think that was worth it, all things considered. They were probably already going to get the drag. They already had full priority on it. But being able to trade flash for flash, taking it off that carry who is really strong right now, is a really big deal.
Yeah, Harry flashing there, maybe not the best usage of the summoner spell. But at the very least, Tristana does have her rocket jump. She does still have safety tools. She's not like Jinx, where if Jinx is without flash, she's trapped in the Jarvan wall for all eternity. So it's much more disadvantageous if the Jinx ends up burning her flash as opposed to the Tristania. We do have a trade of objectives. Once again, our junglers 0-0-0, just clearing the waves vertical of each other. Enjoying passive PvE gameplay, Farming Simulator 2025 right here on Summoner's Rift, as we do have another trade of 3 Grubbins and a Drake for both sides. Very neutral around the map here, and again, the gold lead is really only in the 2 kills that the Typhoons currently have over the Honeycombs. But that's honestly very good for the Honeycombs because, again, they do have the slightly stronger scaling, although they are going to be fighting into some pretty nasty team fight with the Ornn, and of course the scaling with the Ornn items that will come in. So the Honeycombs can't just afford to wait forever. It's not a guaranteed victory, but it's definitely better for them to wait for these longer fights, as Yordle one trick's going for something.
Yeah, going for the 1v1 in the top side. The Needlestorm comes out, not gonna land that last hit. And yeah,
So
like we
rough.
said, mid to easy just not doing great on these counter picks. Yordle one trick has just been doing so well in these nullifying matchups with these safe top laners and still winning the fights. Ooh, Hawkeye 6-pack sees Rigor Mortis. Looking from Harry Augie, flash forward from Leviathan, the Cosmic Radiance comes down. Big ultimate, Rigor Mortis barely left alive. Now the healing coming through, unfortunately. The damage just isn't there. Now it's 2v4. Toad getting damage down, but being quite a bit aggressive. The Victor finally showing up, able to get a lot of damage. Re-engage for Hyper Dragon, puts 2 in the cage, getting a lot of damage down. Leviathan lands the taunt, the stun to keep healing. X Craze dying, taking very low. The damage coming through. Not quite picking up the carries just yet. Finally, ZDB gets excited. Unfortunately, one gonna go down. Needs to get a little bit more. ZDB still excited, going, kiting everywhere with the lethal tempo. And the huge shutdown, ZDB with 4 in the fight. Triple kill on the Jinx. Absolutely masterful.
Yeah, then Jinx has re-entered the game, ladies and gentlemen. A great fight there from ZDB. Health bars so low on both sides. I think one of the big problems there that the Typhoons ran into is that Harry Augie was not able to actually finish anyone off. They also didn't have Ornn TP down. Ornn did have the TP, could have opted to use it, but decided to go for that turret instead. And as a result, and ends up being a hugely favorable fight for the Honeycombs. So it was on a knife's edge there. I feel like Hyper Dragon ended up dropping that Cataclysm, which was unfortunately the players inside of it were just slightly out of Harry Augie's range. So the Tristana wasn't able to get the resets on the rocket jump, wasn't able to get the kills and the resets from that, and was sort of just crippled from that. And as a result, it just made it a lot easier for ZDB to just kind of clean up. But of course, it did take some fancy footwork, which ZDB absolutely delivered on there with the ankle-breaking flash into just good firing down from getting excited and running around like a psycho crazy person. Fantastic fight there from ZDB, and gonna be huge for the Honeycombs, who are already finding themselves in a relatively even game state, and now that their Jinx is actually a threat, that is going to be huge for them, especially as we get into some of these mid-game skirmishes. You want your Jinx to actually have items, you want her to have that damage, while I don't think she's going to be that big as a menace until, obviously that 3-item breakpoint, she's at least going to be kind of dangerous here at this next Drake. I don't think the Honeycombs are going to want to fight this. I feel like you just give it over. You can afford to give it over because you traded those 2 Drakes at the start of the game. But I guess the main thing is, okay, they did lose feats. Yordle One Trick was able to get the feats on the top side from cracking that first turret. So Typhoons did get the feats. We're just going to see if it does end up making a difference, those enhanced boots, if that'll come into play. As we do have kind of a bit of just seeing each other, checking each other out on the bot side of the map. Our top laners saying hello to each other. Yordle One Trick doing very well for themselves in the Ornn. But Gwen not doing so terrible. Doing well in CS, doing well with XP. Nobody's really out of this game completely, which is the best thing you can hope for, as we got a 5v5 skirmish.
Yep, big damage coming through. Has to be a bit careful, though. Finally, the Cosmic Radiance coming down. It's going to help so much. Hyper Dragon low. Double kill picked up for Rigor Mortis. Yordle One Trick finally in the fight, but it's just too late. ZDB picking up an extra kill. 3 now for the Honeycombs. 4 in total at the end of the fight. Yordle One Trick, the last one left alive. And it's going to be the second Dragon picked up for the Honeycombs, as they've just completely turned this game around off an amazing bot lane fight from ZDB.
Yeah, and that is going to be a very much hard-won fight for the side of the Honeycombs. Getting the Drake and 4 kills off of that for nothing is huge. I think the big thing there was that Hyper Dragon did get a very good knock-up into a Cataclysm, was able to lock up a few people, but there just wasn't any follow-up. Hawkeye Six-Pack was not there in the right spot. Harry Augie was not there to follow up soon enough. So as a result, it ends up just being kind of the Jarvan throwing themselves with nobody to back up. I know what that feels like. It's classic Jarvan maneuver. You gotta make sure you have a friend with you, usually 2 friends, to actually make an engage like that pan out. But once the Jarvan fell, it really just was a matter of the Honeycombs waiting for that Cosmic Radiance to drop, and unfortunately for the side of the Typhoons, it dropped just when Hawkeye Six-Pack arrived. It dropped when Harry Augie was trying to get damage out, and it made it so easy for the Honeycombs to just be like, yeah, we're invincible, goodbye. And yeah, easy stuff from the side of the Honeycombs to pick up that next Drake. They're going to be able to convert that into a Rift Herald as well, and now the total control of the Rift is in the hands of the Honeycombs, and with their scaling champions, especially with the Jinx, who is now 5-2-2, a big improvement here from ZDB over the previous game. It's looking a little like it could be a little rough for the Typhoons unless they can find that big dream fight.
Yep, gonna really need a big fight near to come back. It was really disastrous at the start of it, but yeah, it's still definitely there. The Tristana is still very strong, still definitely weighs, but the Jinx having 5 kills, the Victor scaling up, picking up the extra damage, but Harry Augie over the wall. Thought he found something, unfortunately gonna die. Rigor Mortis flashes over the Cosmic Radiance, finally comes down, but it's not gonna hit it. Big TP from X-Craze to take out Harry Augie. Meanwhile, in the back of the fight, it was mid too easy, picking up another as Leviathan, the third to fall. Yordle One Trick and Hotcase Six-Pack. The solo laners, the only ones left for Typhoons, as Honeycombs just are winning fight after fight after fight, and are gonna look to translate that into the mid lane tier 1.
Yeah, another fight going south for the Typhoons, who are just trying to make something happen off of the J4 and the Tristana. They're realizing that maybe their hold on the game is slipping and they need to start utilizing some of these tools, but I think at this point you kind of have to accept the fact that there's really not going to be an easy way for you to actually win, as Hawkeye Six-Pack is going to get chopped up. Leviathan might trade 1. Yeah, it's going to burn down.
Does manage to get it. However, Yordle One Trick and Harry Augie both here. If they're able to get X-Craze, it's going to be a big deal. Using the Call of the Forge God, unfortunately X-Craze flashing over, Harry Augie flashing right back. Going to try and get the resets, doing a lot of damage, but unfortunately the cage going to be enough. So unfortunate. They were able to get 1 at least, but it really is rough. However, they are on the Ruinous Otacon. They might be able to take this. Leviathan still going for Rigor Mortis. Dude, Leviathan has been putting in work this game.
The Shen is one of those supports that actually does have hands because his base numbers are just so absurd. His bases are absurd, his percent health damage is absurd, so he can absolutely hands you. He's dead, but at the end of the day, I think he's just kind of wasting time as the Ruinous Otacon gets slowly chopped up by Hariyaki and Hyper Dragon. So they end up trading that mid lane inner turret for the Otacon there. Not entirely sure how that's going to pan out. Obviously, the Ruinous Otacon is a very good buff to have. J4 going to try and knock out this turret. Will be able to do so. But May ends up trading his life for it as X-Craze is just going to drop the Chaos Storm.
Yep. And it's so rough,
Hariyagi,
right?
what are
Hariyagi double lift?
Hariyagi decided to die instead.
You know, I've seen this a number of times this season. Do we need to like show these players the young blood, the double lift clip of him just walking up to the Victor and dying? Because that's happened like multiple times this season since the rework, where carries just like they just walk up to the Victor and they die and they're like, what happened?
Man, this Victor champion is pretty good. Oh no, we whiffed our flame breath, and
we whiffed all of our needle storms as well because nothing ever happens.
Nothing ever happens. Both top laners live to fight another day here. Very close one though. Yeah, I don't really. I mean, I think one of them was gonna die there. Hyper Dragon was probably the better choice to die, all things considered. Although I guess it might have been bad because Drake. I don't really know. At the end of the day, they end up trading Hariyaghi's life for that outer turret on the bot lane, which, I don't know, your mileage may vary as to whether or not that was a worthwhile trade. I don't necessarily think it was at this point. We do see another Drake getting lost here to the side of the Honeycombs, picking up their second Infernal, now at Soul Point here, and in 5 minutes, they are putting themselves in a great position here. Jinx almost certainly will be on her third item or close to it by then. Victor may also be at that third item by then, so it is going to be very difficult for the side of the Typhoons to actually fight for this Drake Dragon Soul, because these carries are going to hit those big breakpoints sooner rather than later, and I don't necessarily know if the Typhoons have the ability to break through X-Craze with the bulk coming from the Roa, or ZDB with the help of Tarek peeling. It feels like it's going to be very rough. Very rough going for the Typhoons. For the moment, though, it is going to be a little bit of a slow one, as Mitsuizi is going to look to try and flip something here up in topside. Yordle one trick going to be on their Lonesome. Cyclone's going to come in. Rigamortis going to try and flip that on to the Ornn. Stand United's going to come in, but that might just be an Uber Eats delivery. I think you let that Shen come through and just take him down as well, as that's going to be Ornn popped up and knocked down very easily for the side of the Typhoon, for the side of the Honeycombs taking that down. ZDB getting a free pickup on to Hawkeye 6-pack. That is 2 for the Typhoons, taken out for nothing. Hariyagi's going to be next on the list, as Toad just hovering around here, waiting to potentially get a stun. And yeah, we're going to see a recall come through, a reset, but it is looking, again, players just kind of dropping just here and there for the side of the Typhoons and giving the Honeycombs free reign to just take over the game right now, as Baron is not even up, but we're seeing an inhib turret cracked.
Yeah, it's not looking great right now. Honeycombs just full control of the game. Inhib turrets everywhere. All of the Oop, not going to be able to quite get that top. Oh, are the minions going to... Okay, the minions will take it out. So all of the inhibitor turrets down. One inhibitor falling. Baron up, but it's still looking pretty rough here.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see what can happen. We do have the Baron coming up right now. It has spawned. 2 minutes on the Drake, that again is going to be soul for the side of the Honeycombs, and they're setting themselves very well. Jinx did hit that third item. Jinx and Victor both hit third item well before the Drake spawns. So that is a huge advantage because they are now an item up on their respective counterparts on the other side of the map. And I don't know, even with a full combo from the Orianna followed up by Tristana damage, they can take out one person, but I don't know if they can clear both carries before their whole team gets wiped. And both Victor and Jinx have the potential to full wipe on their own with their own damage. So it's going to be very tough going. I feel like if you're the Typhoons, you really have to try and get a pick somewhere. See if you can't exploit maybe Tarek stepping out on his own, maybe send an extra player down to try and get the Gwen. Granted, you do give up the Baron if you do that, so it's just really rough. And the Baron is going to be started up as mid 2 easy, is just going to be pressuring on bot side with no contests.
Yeah, well, there might be a little bit of contest. Hyper Dragon does put the ward over the wall. They don't want to risk it. They don't want to flip it. I can't blame them on that. They know how these things can go.
They're stalling.
Unfortunately,
stalling for Gwen.
Yeah, mid 2 easy has just been taking out these towers completely, just not dealing with the Ornn, not trying to interact at all, just going for the towers, being really strong. Now the fight comes through. X-Craze takes out one, ZDB takes out another over to X-Craze, just bouncing back and forth between the carries as Leviathan slowed up and the rest of Honeycombs marched down mid. It is the support, what is it? It looks like X-Craze looking for Leviathan as he tries to get the 1v1. Unfortunately, it's just a little bit too late in the game. Victor's just a little bit too strong. And once again, it is Yordle one trick, the only one left there to defend. The TP coming through from X-Craze. Yordle one trick versus the world, but he cannot do it as a clean ace comes through, and Honeycombs pick up game 2, evening up the score.
Yeah, that was a statement game from the Honeycombs there. Cleaning up almost everything that they were kind of fumbling with in game 1. They played the map better. They found their fights better. They got better picks. Their laning overall was much superior. Of course, a lot of that did come off the back of a really good fight from ZDB, getting that triple kill early on that really allowed the Jinx to come back into the game. And once Jinx was back in the game, it became so much easier for the rest of the Honeycombs to just start playing around that, building around that win condition that they had built into their composition. And of course, the Victor not being able to be taken out of the game, it becomes it's just very straightforward for the side of the Honeycombs to just build up their carries and win off of good team fighting power. I don't think that the Typhoons are necessarily like there was a lot more that they could have done. I think that their composition was definitely more early game oriented, early to mid game. They were trying to make things happen, but once they started to fall behind, they kept taking flips that were not advantageous for them. The odds of them actually winning on those flips were just so low that it ended up being kind of just disastrous to take them, and they ended up giving just so many more kills than they really needed to. And by the time the Drakes were taken and the game was in its final stages, there was just no way they could stop the Jinx or Victor.
Yeah, can't blame him. It's just rough right there, right? You look at it to a certain point, and I feel like the big turning point was just that Jinx fight in the bot side, that amazing play from ZDB that completely flipped the game on its head.
Yeah, well, we'll see if the Honeycombs can flip the series on its head and start taking over in game 3, or if the Typhoons will turn the tides, as it were, and take game 3. We'll be back after a quick break for our draft for game 3. So stick around. We're going to at least 4 games. We'll see if we go to 5.
Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome back.
Alrighty, welcome back. Welcome back to draft. We're losing a ban and/or something's going on. I don't know. Draft lol was apparently down. There were some issues. It looks like the ban was Maokai, I believe. Yeah, so it was Maokai. Was the ban. Got a lot of things banned out. We're keeping things mostly similar. Honeycombs just banning the same things out. 1-1 right now. Score evened up. Teams looking to get out ahead of each other. Lots of champions out of the pool now. A lot of the classic carriers were taken away, so I'm expecting to start seeing the Corki. There are some of the more interesting ADCs starting to pop up pretty soon.
Yeah, or we could just see like I don't know, Caitlyn, and nothing ever happens. We get to see Seraphine Sona bot lane, the most riveting gameplay you've ever seen in your entire life. But instead, we do get the Popple will be our first pick here for the side of the Typhoons. Going over to Yordle One Trick, one of Yordle One Trick's champions, unsurprisingly, is the Poppy. So we'll not be surprised to see that go top lane, although it could be a flex, can go support, can go jungle. In response, the Honeycombs are going in for the Swain and Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao, very standard, something Rigor Mortis likes to play. And the Swain, a bit more interesting. Oh no. Oh god. Oh no. Oh lord. It's Kane, everyone.
Kane Gaming. I mean, to be fair, when you've already seen the Swain and the Xin Zhao locked in, kind of knowing what they're going for, I do think it's fine. I think it's obvious, right? They're basically saying like, okay, keep drafting health, we can play Rost, or you can draft the one of like terrible carry, or you can destroy a draft, right? Like, I like Kane because it sort of makes Honeycombs draft a bit more reactively, makes him do a bit more. But there's the Corki we were talking about. The Swain could definitely go bot. But there's also plenty of answers to that Corki if they decide to pick it, like the Xayah, like the Varus, and there's the Xayah picked up right there.
Yeah, Xayah will get picked up. A good pick to have into the Kane, a bit of safety, and we'll make it a little, just kind of a good option to just Featherstorm out of your problems. That's what life is all about. As we do have our next round of bans coming through here. So far, we've seen the Honeycombs target a lot of supports in round 2 bans, and that is likely what we're going to see again. Meanwhile, Typhoons, we're targeting a lot of top laners. I don't necessarily know if they're going to do that this game. It depends on where they think the Swain is going to go, and it looks like they think that's going to be a Swain in the mid lane, as they're opting into, again, banning top laners away from mid to EZ to try and help themselves out there. But I'm curious. Okay, we do have the Veigar taken away. That's a mid lane option sort of ruled out. I guess Zyra is technically a mid laner, maybe, if you live in the past, the distant past. But yeah, it was a mid laner at some point. At least she was a jungler. That was kind of cool, I guess, maybe. But in any case, we do have our second round of picks coming through. Honeycombs needing to pick up a support. Rakan is available if they want to go Xayah Rakan, but that doesn't really play well into Poppy. The Lux here, I think, is a fine pickup, especially if they're trying to negate Poppy's usefulness, but that also means they're not drafting gap closers, which could be folly, if we see, depending on what Typhoons pick up.
Yeah, the Lux, I'd imagine probably intended to go mid, but a bit flexible, could definitely go towards the bot side, especially if the Poppy ends up being that more supportive pick. They could do something where they have another little bit of flexibility, right? So the Ziggs could maybe play into that bot lane if that's a poke, or it could go mid lane. So I like this. I think if you go one more top support flex just to round everything out, it works really well. You could also just go more peel champion like the Renata, that also works into something like the Xin Zhao, although it does leave you a bit more vulnerable to the Lux and the Xayah if that decides to go support. The bright side is because you drafted the Ziggs Corki, you can kind of maneuver these around depending on how you want the draft to be finished off based on this last mid pick by Honeycombs. So what Honeycombs want to do, they want to pick someone long range that puts pressure down. However, the big one that they would pick, the Victor, already banned away.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't have like the best in slot pick anymore. They have to decide, is the Swain going mid? Are we just going to, potentially lose the Corki, let the Ziggs go bot? We're going to send it top. How is this going to go? And it looks like they want to send the Swain top, lock in that classic Xayah Rakan, put the Lux mid into the Zig so that they have that long range pick, and they're just sort of going to say, okay, Corki can go bot lane, Zig's can go mid. We have everything like we expected.
Yeah, and I actually like that sort of waiting from the Honeycombs for them to reveal that Poppy is in fact top lane. It was likely going to be top lane the whole time just because of the player in the top lane role, but by revealing that it is in fact going to be Poppy top lane, it makes it a lot easier to justify playing the Rakan with the Xayah. And it's a great bot lane duo. It really would just struggle into Steadfast Presence, but when you don't have to worry about that until later in the game, it makes it very good for you to especially apply a lot of pressure into Renata, who does tend to kind of struggle into hard engage, as long as you have your handshake, but that's about it in terms of stopping people from getting on you. And Rakan, I feel like, has more than enough to deal with a tiny little handshake. Especially if once that is burned, that is a golden opportunity for Rakan to just dive on top of you. So yeah, I do like where the Honeycombs have ended up in terms of their draft. I think the Typhoons as well have done smart with their champion picks, finding the right places for these champions, and hopefully we will see a good result from that from both sides in terms of getting things done. After a much better showing from the Honeycombs in last game, very much more inspiring than game one, I do think that it is a lot closer here. It's a very, at least for me, it's very close to call. I don't know where you're leaning right now.
I'm leaning on a pretty close call too. I do like their con. It lets, like you were saying, the Victor is good, or you could have the Lux also works into the 6 mid. But by locking their con, you have something that's, decent. It's not, I think bot lanes could be neutral. I think that's a very much a skill matchup. But you have a decent mid lane. You have a pretty good matchup in that top lane now that you have the swing into the Poppy, and everything else is still mostly normal. I think overall, this, like you said, this is a really close draft. I think I might give it to Typhoons just because I think they have more carry potential, but I really could see this going either way. I think this is 100% going to come down to how the team works together and how the players execute these champions.
In game one, I counted out Nocturne, a champion who I don't like because I always see him lose draft games. And in this game, I see the Typhoons have picked up Kayn, the other champion who I don't like because I always see him lose draft games. I feel like my heart is telling me to bet against Kayn. Never trust this man. He cannot be trusted. But the last time I did that, I ended up looking like a buffoon. So I think I will go with the Typhoons. I do like their they've got a lot of options. The composition has a lot of power in it. I think the main thing that they're going to maybe have trouble with is cracking through. If the Swain gets very accelerated, he's going to be pretty tough to deal with. And having to play around the light blinding and the lucent singularity may be a bit of trouble for them. But otherwise, I do like what the Typhoons have, and we'll see if it can be enough to bring themselves to surge into game 4 with a 2-1 lead, or if the Honeycombs will take the lead for themselves going into game 4. So we'll see what happens when we get in on the Rift. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
everybody, welcome onto the Rift for Game 3 of our match, the Typhoons versus the Honeycombs. Once again, a bit more of a normal draft going on. Some fun picks. We do have that Swain in the top lane. We have those long-range mages in the mid lane that we don't see as much nowadays. And we see Hyper Dragon on the Dark Harvest Kayn.
Mm-hmm. That is that can mean anything, really, when you think about it. It definitely isn't just gonna be Dark Harvest is Rost, right? Electrocute is Shadow Demon, whatever. Shadow Assassin. Do they just go both dark? Do they just both go Dark Harvest now? Is that how that works?
Does Ross not go Conqueror anymore?
I would assume Roscoe's Conqueror. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't, but in either case,
It's also Gustwalker, not Flame Cub or whatever. The red one is that I usually see
this is Blue Kayn. This is smelling like a Blue Kayn angle.
Like, I really feel like this is a Blue Kayn angle, especially because there's two like really clear carries, and one of them is completely immobile. Like, has like a stun, obviously, right? Like Lux can kind of fight back, but you know, Zaya has the Featherstorm on a long cooldown, but like two really squishy carries that your entire team is built around facilitating feels like I feel like this is a Blue Kayn game, but we'll see. X-Ray's taking a lot of damage early on.
Yeah, X-Ray's stepping up aggressively and getting absolutely bomb blasted. That is maybe a miscalculation there, but they do have their potions. They're chugging them up. They're trading so aggressively here. That's crazy. I've not seen a Lux be this aggressive. Just going absolutely cuckoo bananas. We'll see if it pans out, though. Looking around the map here, we do have the Kayn starting on the bot side, unsurprisingly, and then going to be clearing towards top. Meanwhile, Rigor Mortis going to be clearing towards the bot side. And considering the fact that Harryagi and Leviathan are already kind of pressuring that bot side there, I think it is going to be smarter for Rigor Mortis to try and play off of that, but we'll see how the wave is looking in a few minutes. Obviously, Xin Zhao is a great champion to get early kills. Kayn, of course, does have a lot of great tools to get around the walls, find good angles. He just doesn't really have a lot of either damage or lockdown until he evolves into whichever form Hyper Dragon ends up going this game. Like we said, we think it's Blue Kayn, but you never know. Kayn doesn't get a choice necessarily. He just picks up whatever souls he can get. There are a lot of good targets here in this game to get some blue souls. So we'll see, especially the Swain, I think is going to be a great target to go towards. This rather immobile top laner who you can just kind of run at, throw a Q or a W at, and get some power, just a little bit of, feast a little bit off of that Birdman in the top lane. Meanwhile, though, kind of the lanes evening out here. Mid 2 easy, holding a bit of a CS lead in top side. Rigor Mortis may just get a jump on Levi. Ooh, okay.
Oh, Leviathan taking a lot of damage. Not knocked up by Toad, though. So, not going to end up in any type of kill. And, yeah, both lanes reset. This is sort of what we expected to happen, right? Just lots of clearing, lots of CSing, not a whole lot going on. I will say, Kayn being the first to more of the CS, more of the clearing, is going to help a lot, especially because Kayn is this farming jungler. If you're able to get the farm and Rigor Mortis has a hard time getting these ganks off, you just come out ahead naturally, right? Just based on what your champion's built for. So it is very beneficial. X-Craze also took a lot of punishment in mid lane, backed and actually got the Dark Seal, so still confident, despite losing a lot of the trades, confident that they can keep themselves lives, get to those components, get to that item, and start playing from the back, not worried about any real death, any real fights going on, knowing that they have Rigor Mortis towards that top side on this back.
Yeah, they're absolutely feeling pretty comfortable about themselves there. In the bot side, we do have some aggression coming out. We do have X-Craze eating every single bomb as if it is a delicious meal. As Harryog is going to get, forced to flash.
Yep,
That is...
Getting very low. It was a nice route, but yeah, they didn't really have any extra cooldowns to really facilitate any extra damage, so there wasn't anything else that came through.
Yeah, and again, Harryagi taking a bit of punishment here. They had a little bit of power in the earlier stages as Xayah and Rakan are waiting for their abilities, but now that Xayah and Rakan both have their full kits available to them, minus their ultis, it is very tough to deal with the two of them. They have so much ability to go in, hard engage, do 1,000,000 damage, and kill you. Leviathan's going to try their best to hold the wave here, but may end up... Yeah, it's just going to be pushed into the turret. Leviathan does not want to trade their life for a better wave state. Opting out of that. Toad, ooh, good maneuvering there from Toad to catch the Xayah bus back to base. One of the more fun parts of Xayah Rakan is that synced recall you can do between the two of them. Just one person starts it, the other person just joins in. It's a fun little thing. Comes into play there. Honeycombers will get their first Drake on the other side. The Kayn, who is doing pretty well for themselves in farm and tempo, is just going to opt into getting this first round of Grubbins for themselves. Lux will see it, but not really going to amount to anything. So at this point, I think what I would like to see Hyper Dragon do is, aside from clearing these waves, once it becomes very quick for the Kayn to do that, I think I would like to see Kayn actually starting to engage onto somebody, getting some amount of souls, because you really don't want to wait forever for those souls to come through, and Rigor Mortis may not be waiting forever for this.
Yeah, Ariagi getting very low, eventually using the exhaust onto Rigor Mortis, but the damage still comes through. ZDB forced to use the barrier as well, but still, without any flash, once you get jumped on, you're pretty much dead. Leviathan, with no ultimate, with no real way to extended peel, you get the resurrection off, sure, but it doesn't actually pick up the kill. They might be able to return something onto Rigor Mortis here, but not quite. And yeah, Hyper Dragon does have that serrated jerk, so still probably going for blue. Nice knockback onto X-Craze. Hawkeye Sixpack has just been doing such a good job of the trades in the mid lane for this entire time.
Yeah, Hawkeye Sixpack really just delivering the pain this game on the Ziggs. Mid 2 easy. Both of our top laners popping their respective ultis there.
Yeah, well, Yordle One Trick just puts his back on cooldown, so
yeah.
Definitely coming out ahead on that trade. X-Craze!
Ooh, mama.
Does land the ultimate damage. Oh, Hawkeye Sixpack might
Rig?
clean for this.
Oh no.
Rigor Mortis is here, so is Toad. Oh, oh! I saw it. I know you tried to get the insect. I feel like you probably could have just dashed on him at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, we wanted to be a little fancy with it, with the flash knockback of the Crescent Guard, but...
Because, realistically,
no.
There's no reason to do that, right? Because you could just dash on him. The Rakan can come to you and then use the W. Hawkeye Sixpack doesn't have a realistic way out at that low HP. You really did not need to use the ult there and get fancy, but it would have looked really cool. Think about the clip. That is true. It would have looked really cool.
Yeah, we would have been able to put it in our MLG compilation. Damn, son, where'd you find this? We would be saying. It'd be looking pretty good. But, yeah, no, we end up just sort of letting Hawkeye Sixpack go with the warning. Trading flashes there with the enemy mid lane. Not going to be super great for Rigor Mortis, but I feel like Xin Zhao does still have tools without the flash to get in, whereas Ziggs is a very much a sitting duck without flash, having to rely purely on the satchel for mobility, which is unreliable at best. So we'll see if that makes a difference. Kayn in top.
Yep, Kayn in top, mid too easy, getting very low, and without any summoners, even with the ult, not going to matter. Big damage from the Lux ult, and eventually Hawkeye Sixpack should go down. Hopefully, okay, there it is. Rigor Mortis with one more thrust of the spear, gonna pick up the kill. Had previously gotten the flash out, so now finally going in for the kill. Trade for Kayn, but yeah, now's the Youmu's. Both teams still very low on kills this game, even lower than I think either of the other games.
Yeah, these teams are playing very carefully on both sides. Rigor Mortis picking another one up in mid. Very good, getting onto Hawkeye Sixpack there after exploiting the flash. Meanwhile, on the top side, Kayn is able to clean up mid to easy. Both Selms were burned by that. Meanwhile, Poppy does actually still have the flash. So that could be a potential angle for Kayn to look for. Swain does give blue orbs, so it is absolutely worthwhile to look and repeat gank mid to easy if he steps up too aggressively. And it looks like our teams here may be looking to double dip on their side of objectives. With the Honeycombs having pressure in bot side, it makes the top lane, the dragon much more enticing. Meanwhile, the Void Grubs, Hyper Dragon's just going to get them off respawn, and that will be a 6-round, both rounds of Grubbins going over to Hyper Dragon there. We'll see if that pans out, as if he gets it fast enough. Yeah, okay. Rigor Mortis is going to be moving up there.
There's a fight in top
X-Craze,
too, a little bit of trading.
Yeah, X-Craze doesn't have ulti, but I don't think it'll matter.
Okay, Hyper Dragon goes over the wall, not quite able to finish it all. All comes out, so he isn't able to pick up the full second round. Still manages to get 5, so not bad. Flash forward there in the mid, but it's still a fight in the top lane. Mid too easy with a nice slow, needs to land the root onto Yordle one trick, but doesn't quite have the damage. Looked like the flash root from X-Craze didn't land, but this root definitely does, doing a lot of damage on the Hot Guy 6-pack. Rigor Mortis coming down, they're gonna keep trading with the fights. Fortunately, both of these mid laners not landing enough spells. Mid too easy does have to be careful, but it looks like the dragon's gonna go down. Hyper Dragon looking for it. Meanwhile, on the top side, Mid too easy getting run down, not respecting, and Yordle one trick with the flash Q ult, taking it out. Dragon secured by the Typhoons, unfortunately. Ooh.
We're watching a corner here.
Yeah. It looks like there's a bit of technical difficulties here. Rigor Mortis goes in. Honeycombs, top laner down, but manages to pick up 2 in the dragon fight there. Okay, we're gonna do a little replay, see a little bit of what happened. So Renata taken out on the bot side of that fight. Now Leviathan has to be careful. Rigor Mortis goes in, the rest of the team just running away, getting the full bot lane. Honeycombs have been doing a really good job. It just feels like Mid too easy needs to start picking some tanks up in this top side, just playing safer, because he has really not been having a good showing, I don't think, in any of these games for lane.
Yeah, laning has been very rough. The Gwen, I think, looked pretty good out of lane, but in lane, again, it was pretty rough. And granted, this is Yordle one trick on their one trick Yordle, so it is definitely, like, gonna be pretty tough to play into somebody who's proficient on the champion, but you're also a ranged champion into Poppy. I feel like you can just not give over as many bad angles. I'm not watching the lane. I'm not a top laner. I play jungle because I don't want to interact with other players. So I'm not going to say that it's entirely on misplay from Mid too easy, but I definitely would like to see him sort of clean up in the other games tonight. Hopefully just the one other game tonight, please. Laser's going down mid lane as X-Craze is playing Lux. Lux is just firing ulti.
Hyper Dragon really needs to keep ganking, because he's at 13 minutes with no form, and it's not looking great right now.
Yeah, I actually... can we check to see how close he is to form? Is that something we can check as spectate?
Wait, hold on. We're going BT on Corki? Is that a thing now?
I don't think so.
I thought you built either crit or Trinity into crit. I thought you just did damage.
I'm gonna do the research. Give me a moment here.
I
already had Mobalytics open on my other monitor.
Oh boy!
Because I was playing TFT earlier.
Alright, let's go.
The answer is no. The answer is no. He does not.
Awesome.
So.
Okay, Toad going in. Nice charm, good Featherstorm. Unfortunately, not going to dodge out on the Berserk. Just a matter of time. Toad bring Hyper Dragon right back into the rest of them. Nice kill picked up for both of the carries in that fight. Harry Augie with one, Hyper Dragon with the other, and that might be Form getting 2 kills, we'll have to say. Our Renata's running Imperial Mandate first item, I believe. Don't know why.
Let me check that. Let me check that too.
No, I know you get it later.
No, it's no.
So
the answer
you
is
can
no.
get it later for the cooldown reduction, but like this is something I've spoken about a lot on Renata. I think she's a lot better than people give her credit for, because her kit is entirely front loaded into her spells. She doesn't scale with AP or anything. The only 2 stats you care about on Renata are cooldown reduction and cooldown reduction. Literally all you get on Renata are active items and cooldown reduction. Those are the only 2 things you get. Active items give you more spells, and cooldown reductions make your already existing spells come up sooner. You don't care about scalings, you don't care about anything else. Mid too easy dies again. Hyper Dragon picks up kill. Kayn is blue now. Looking pretty good. But yeah, the Imperial Mandate's like, the BT2, it looks like they're like trying to be super aggressive in the spot side, but like, why? Laning phase is over by the time you completely finish those items. Like, what are you getting? Like, what value do you think you're getting from this that you wouldn't just get from like a locket to keep you alive? I really can't understand it.
Yeah, it's a bit bizarre for sure. I feel like I know Mandate is a funny item. I love Imperial Mandate. One of my favorites. I play Maokai. I love Imperial Mandate. It's a very funny item, but I feel like it's definitely not the what you want here. You definitely, I think, would benefit more from a Locket, just because if you have Locket, that allows you to fight into Swain better. Swain's passive damage better. It allows you to fight into Lux lasers. You can negate some of the damage from that. Even going like a Redemption first would be better off because it allows you to sustain longer in fights. The Imperial Mandate just kind of shows that I guess they want to attempt to set up for more damage, but for who? I guess Corki. Corki's big damage with a Bloodthirster Rush, as if this is season 1 right here, and this is the Bloodthirster that stacks AD from killing minions. I don't think we're living in the past this game. That was a very old Corki, who I do not believe built that item. But I guess in the past, Corki built literally every item, so it doesn't make much of a difference. We do have TPs coming in. We have a 4v4 Scuffle in the bot side, mid to easy in the top side without TP. Will not be able to respond here, and that is going to be scared away. And a big pickup here on the Drake, unless...
See, big Renata ultimate. Unfortunately, the team is too far back for that engage to mean anything, but Second Dragon picked up for the Typhoons. Still doing a really good job holding on this game. Again, bit of an early lead loss, but really, Yordle One Trick has been doing such a good job at Hyper Dragon as well, really capitalizing on that top side. And I like this, knowing that there's a lot of shields, the Locket, the Rakan, the Guardian, you have Lux with the shield, Rigor Mortis naturally has some shielding. You have a lot of ways, the barrier. So I think the Serpent's Fang is actually a pretty good pickup here, just because it's already good on rate, right? Like, it's just a good statted item. And then you also get the benefit of reducing all those shields, not just for yourself, but your teammates, to really help that burst and make sure you can actually get those one-shots off. Make sure you can actually assassinate those key targets.
Yeah, and that is what you want to get done. If you are the blue can, your goal is to kill your opponent. And there are some really good targets to kill here. The Lux and Xayah are both really squishy, and because the Swain is as far behind as he is, and he's being forced to kind of itemize offensively, because if you itemize defensively while you're behind, you are functionally useless. I think we saw that last week with a Swain pick. He's kind of being forced to itemize aggressively, which means that he is another target for Kayn to just obliterate into the stratosphere here. The Locket can only do so much, and like you said, the Serpent's Fang is a great way to cut right into that. Negate, turn that down, turn that into a negative for the side of the Honeycombs. So a lot is loaded into Hyper Dragon here, going crazy, but it's definitely the bot side of the Typhoons. I have a pretty large question mark next to them as to what they're going to be able to do in this game. Obviously, it is still Corki. He will still deal damage eventually. Renata has good buttons, so it doesn't really matter what items she has other than having more CDR. So it's just going to be curious to see what the Typhoons can do here to work with Hyper Dragon. Obviously, you want to play around this Kayn. He is your win condition currently. We'll see if they can make it work.
Yeah, and Harryhog taking out Toad is a good sign. Hyper Dragon not quite able to land damage under Rigor Mortis. Now a potential re-engage. Huge root there from ZDB and X-Craze to follow up and kill the carry. So support for carry, net beneficial. Do have to be careful of a lot of this poke, though. However, the Lux doing a really good job getting it from range. collapsing on that top side, or sorry, that bot side, to maybe look for something back up mid too easy, who's currently just trying to fight Yordle one trick. Now off the map, they are going to spot it out. Yordle one trick, the
Okay.
flash from mid too easy to dodge. Don't know, missing a lot of the spells though, has to be careful. They will lose the 1v1 if the team doesn't get here in time, but it looks like they're just going to pull it back in. Rigamortis going to join up. And yeah, with Yordle one trick completely unable to fight back to try and get themselves executed for lack of kill credit, means that it will just be the shutdown onto mid too easy. A little bit of help from Toad, but the rest of the carriers aren't quite able to get anything else. Nice ultimate there from X-Craze to make sure to clear the wave. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. And Hawkeye 6-pack with the Satchel Charge was able to pick up the mid tier 1.
Yeah, Zigzap there, just blast away the wall. And with those 5 Grubbins, it becomes very dangerous for Ziggs to approach any turrets. Granted, fortunately, it's not the full 6 Grubbins. That would be Nightmare Town against the Ziggs. But with just the 5 Grubs, if Ziggs can approach a turret, especially with the Corki with him, that turret is dead and gone. Very easy to take that down. So looking at around the map here, both teams at a dead even right now on both sides. 1 minute up on the Drake. I'd like to take a look at where the gold differential is between our players here. So taking a look here, there is a huge difference in bot side in favor of ZDB. Currently up 1,000 on the Corki, but that differential is kind of made up in other places. The Ziggs is doing very well for themselves, and of course, Hyper Dragon's doing very well for themselves. Yordle one trick's gonna get found out, but will live. Berserk coming in.
Yeah, has to be careful. Harryoggy getting some good damage down. Good kites. Beautiful side engagement. Hyper Dragon immediately takes out 1, takes out 2, takes out 3. And then Harryoggy picks up the rest. Mid too easy, the last one left alive. And yeah, literally a slaughter there. Hyper Dragon picking up another one. This Kane just running over Honeycombs like it's nothing. Like hot knife through butter. That was insane. One shot ZDB before he could even react. Both Sums and the Featherstorm were up. Then immediately goes into ult, takes out X-Craze and Toad on the backside of that fight. Amazing play. Genuinely, Typhoons are just doing so well right now. Honeycombs are having such a hard time playing into this Kane because they just don't have their sides. They don't have a way to really peel him back.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that is really tough to play into Kane. If Kane gets accelerated, you have to start, both sides kind of have to play around him. And unfortunately, the Honeycombs don't really have a lot of great tools to deal with the Kane. You have like Exhaust exactly, and that is about it in terms of your ability to deal with Kane. Once he gets an angle onto your back line, it is over. X-Craze obviously is just going to be a sitting duck, even with Flash. ZDB has some safety tools, but they're so few and far between. And as we saw there, you'd have to have you have to see the future to be able to tell you're about to die horribly. And that's kind of hard to really expect here from our players, as Leviathan and Harryoggy may be in trouble.
Yeah, and once again goes down. Harryoggy does manage to pick up Toad, though, on the backside. Nice. Unfortunately, stepped a little bit too far up, mid too easy. The nice never move there. And a kill picked up for ZDB. They're just trading back and forth. It really just feels like Hyper Dragon just running around the map trying to kill everyone and then being like, guys, please stop fighting. Please stop walking up and dying. I can carry. Just stop. Just stop interacting. It's okay. It's okay. Just farm. We're good. We're winning. And
yeah, I think that's going to be...
Power.
Yeah, I think that's going to be where we see Typhoon struggling. Let's see what they can do. Hyper Dragon's going to be potentially in danger.
Oh, steals the Rift Herald. Goes in, picks up one, eventually goes down to ZDB with a massive shutdown. Will manage to steal it, though. And Yordle one trick just going to walk.
Pick it up.
Okay, does pick it up. Went for the root into the wall, didn't land it. Gonna try and maybe get ZDB though. Knocked back into the wall. Gonna pick up the kill as well. Typhoons have just been on a tear. Nice shutdowns for ZDB. Don't get me wrong. Having 3 items on your side is gonna be an absolutely massive advantage going into the rest of this fight. But Hyper Dragon just does so much damage. Yordle one trick just so strong on the Poppy. They managed to steal the Herald as well, and now it's 250 on Soul for them.
Yeah, it is looking pretty grim Great steal from Hyper Dragon there. Obviously went to aggress, went into the spectral form, and of course you can still use summoners like the smite while you're in the spectral form, because why not? So was able to steal that right from under Rigor Mortis's nose. Was dropped in topside, to not really amount to anything, but that's okay. In the end, the fact that they denied it from the Honeycombs was an absolute win. The big thing here is that as we're looking at that, it looks like the Honeycombs are considering going for the Otacon, but I feel like that is so risky because of how quickly Ziggs can take objectives. On the side here, Ziggs does have the TP. They've got him on the split. And once he gets to that turret, if they let him get there, it's gone. There's no surviving. They do have the Lux down there, and that will successfully stop the turret from being taken, but that also opens up the Otacon as an angle here for the side of the Typhoons to take, as we have a fight here. Hyper Dragon just scaring Rigor Mortis out of the jungle with the existence of being in the game. This Kayn is so dangerous. I am glad I did not bet against Kayn. Obviously, he's turning up this time around. Hyper Dragon's proven me wrong twice in terms of champions that I don't like to see in the draft league. By showcasing that, yeah, these are good champions that do good things. But they're going to start the Otacon. We'll see if they can turn, if the Honeycombs can turn it.
Spotted out. Rigor Mortis isn't here, though. Big ulti, unfortunately not able to steal it as Hyper Dragon picks it up. They're going to try just getting these flowers, do something good. Mid too easy. Picks up one, unfortunately. Big ultimate from Yordle, one trick in the back. Puts the rest of the carries away. Picks up another. So far, it's only support for support, and now Yordle one trick has to be careful as Rigor Mortis is doing a lot of damage. Mid too easy picks up another one. Harryaugi finally gets one. Jumps back out to get another. Hyper Dragon still on the run. Big shutdown, though, from X-Craze. Hawkeye 6-pack left alive. Still a 2v2 on the run, but looks like Hyper Dragon's going to be able to get out to safety. Typhoon's able to pick up not only the Otacon, but the majority of the flowers and an even fight as well. Now has to be careful. Hyper Dragon wants to put pressure on this dragon. The pressure on this goes back into the mid lane.
Watch out, ZDB! ZDB's got AirPods
takes
in!
So much damage. And yeah, without any summoners, without any ultimate, Hyper Dragon's just going to be able to take out the 3-item Zaya right before Dragon spawns, which is an extremely difficult situation for Honeycombs, as that's their main way of winning fights. And now it's completely gone.
Yeah, that was through barrier, by the way. That we did see the summoner there. The barrier was.
The barrier didn't exist. Barrier doesn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Serpent's Fangs. Serpent's Fang Smiley. Yeah, it's looking pretty. Ooh, okay, yeah, we're fine. Rigor Mortis does not lose these. Well, actually, that's Hyper Dragon. Rigor Mortis is not anywhere near the objective. Hyper Dragon does not lose these. Sorry, Hyper Dragon, for miscrediting that great gameplay today. Really just showing up every game so far. Hyper Dragon's doing fantastic. And this series is the win condition for the side of the Typhoons. And it now, with the Mountain Soul, it becomes so much harder for the side of the Honeycombs to start turning these fights. The big thing we saw there that sort of evened that fight out is Hyper Dragon was not able to get a good angle on to anyone on the side of the Typhoons. And ZDB just played really well around the Featherstorm, was able to dodge out on Hyper Dragon's big abilities, and was actually able to force Hyper Dragon away from that fight. Unfortunately, the rest of the side of the Typhoons were on top of it, and too many of the Honeycombs had fallen before Hyper Dragon was removed as a threat. So it became very easy, as ZDB is going to flash onto the Poppy here for reasons that are known not to God or man, but I'm sure it made a lot of sense in the moment, as the Baron, now that they see 2 on bot, this Baron is going to get started and is going to be taken down unless we see a steal.
Let's see, Toad going in, gonna try and land the quickness. Hyper Dragon just going into the wall to dodge it out completely, immediately slays Toad, gets a double on 2. Now finally Rigor Mortis gonna try and go in onto that Baron, gonna be a smite fight, coming down, who's gonna get it, 1 HP, Hyper Dragon, gonna end up taking it in the end, taking out Rigor Mortis. Yordle one trick onto mid too easy is the last one alive once again, and a quick Q from the Poppy takes him out. Typhoons double the kills, 10k gold lead with the Soul, with the Baron, gonna try marching it down the top lane and ending the game right here, right now.
Yeah, and I think they will be able to. Toad's going to be back up in 6 seconds, but without the quickness, there really is nothing that the Rakan can do other than die. X-Craze is up in 14, but, I mean, they've got everything. They've got Ziggs, they've got Baron, they've got minions. It is going to be an easy takedown here as Game 3 and match point are picked up by the Typhoons in a rather impressive showing, especially coming out of the jungler in Hyper Dragon.
Yeah, genuinely amazing performance from Hyper Dragon. And yeah, I don't have a lot else to say. It really did feel like Hyper Dragon showed like a Yordle one trick still playing amazingly as an anchor up in that top side. And it really just feels like Typhoons, some questionable decisions, you know, here and there, but overall it still feels like they're just playing super, super well as a team. And Honeycombs just feels scattered. It feels like 5 players, right? It just doesn't feel like they're working as this cohesive unit. It feels like they're all kind of just trying to do their own thing, coming into a team fight and hoping that that ends up working out. It just hasn't been. Yeah,
we saw a much more coherent Honeycombs in last game, where they were able to play a more kind of straightforward front-to-back composition. In this game, they kind of built into that, but the wrench was thrown by the Typhoons with the Kayn. You aren't able to play the same way when you're playing into the Kayn. You're forced to adapt around this champion, especially if they get a lead like they did in this game. And you can't just play front to back, because once you start walking at them, Kayn gets an angle and he destroys your Xayah in 2 hits. So it becomes so difficult to play into that. I think because we did see the Kayn early, there's a possibility that we could have drafted around it better, but I'll be honest, I wouldn't know what to do into Kayn, so I'm not going to hold it against the Honeycombs for not being fully prepared to handle the power of Hyper Dragon on the Kayn here. I wouldn't have expected the Kayn to do well, so I'm glad I didn't bet against it this game, but yeah, great showing from Hyper Dragon, but also from the rest of the top side of the Typhoons. Yordle one trick, holding it down, basically making mid to easy a non-factor in the game, and Hawkeye 6-pack doing very well in lane, getting a huge lead over X-Craze, and not a huge lead, but a very sizable lead over X-Craze, and just getting a lot of really good trades in lane. The bot lane, I think, is still leaving a bit to be desired, especially Harry Aki, who is not looking great, but I think is doing their job at the very least, did some good damage in this game, picked up some of the slack as the game continued. So hopefully the Typhoons have the ability to kind of close this out. But for the Honeycombs, they have to kind of return to the drawing board and figure out what can we do to kind of pull ourselves together as a team. Do we play around those late game team fight win conditions like we did in game 2? Or do we give the keys to the kingdom to Rigor Mortis and hope he can carry us? Because I think both of those could be options. I'm just curious to see what the Honeycombs are going to do. With that said, we're going to go to a quick break. When we get back, we'll be in on the draft for game 4 of our series. Will we get the Silver Scrapes as the Honeycombs flip it around, or will the Typhoons wash away the other side? Stick around. We'll have the answer for you after the break.
Alrighty, everybody, and welcome back in a draft for game 4 now. 30 champions off the table. We do not have the second round of bans. There's only 3 bans now because we're in game 4.
Yeah,
So going to be a
and
lot less insanity happening. Go ahead, Becky.
Yeah, and the Honeycombers, they saw Hyper Dragon going absolutely crazy. They don't want to deal with Mr. Yi. They saw what Mr. Yi
They
did
don't
to
deal
the
with any
dragons
jungler.
there.
It's just going to full target it. Look at the 3 bans. Look at the 3 bans.
They really hate Hyper Dragon. And you know what? I agree. Get him out of here. They saw what Mr. Yi did to the dragons earlier in the split. Literally killed the whole team, got a quadra kill. They don't want to see that happen again, especially Rigor Mortis, who was one of the players killed to death by Mr. Yi getting picked up and beating the dragons.
Throw another rock.
Throw another
Throw
rock.
another rock.
Talia is picked up here as our B1, a very fascinating B1. I don't know if it's actually a flex anymore, because I don't know if she can still jungle. In either case, Hyper Dragon is opting into the Lilia here. I think the Typhoons are starting to figure out their game plan as to who to play around here. They are wanting to opt into at a farming power jungler that'll Roomba the game and can very much carry if given the chance. And Lilia is a good way to do that. So the Karma, I do like that as well with the Lilia.
Yep, going for that standard sort of AP duo. You have the Karma, the Lilia. Karma, probably going to be that support pick. Could be mid. We have seen some interesting picks so far, but highly think it's going to be that support pick, that good poke. You have the Lilia, good into the Talia, right? Obviously showing that you're not going to be drafting a ton of movement-based abilities. Just going to go for the move speed instead to sort of get around it. Still have this sort of gap closing, but to cheat around the threaded stones a little bit. And it looks like Nautilus is going to be the answer, just wants to get really aggressive down there in that bot side. I'd imagine we see another aggressive ADC paired with it. Already a lot taken off the table. Again, Vera's still available. It's still there, guys. Please, can we pick Varus? He's really good right now. Thank you.
What do you mean? Okay.
Thank
All
you.
Right.
God, why does it take 4 games for these players to pick Varus? I don't understand it. And there's the Ashe. Okay, thank you. We're just going to pick the archers up.
Maybe they've been playing a lot of TFT and they've just been let down by Varus. I've certainly been let down by Varus playing TFT on the new set.
See, your mistake is thinking that you should ever be playing Varus on a board that isn't Executioners, and then in that case, you just all right, throw him in the back Rengar carries.
Yeah, that's true. That itemizing your Varus is a fool's errand. And because we don't have a second round of bans, our players are going to be picking. They're continuing to pick here, which is something you haven't seen in a long time. If you are if you're an elderly league player, the second round of bans is not here. We're back to 3 bans on both sides, which means it looks a bit more like traditional solo queue, where all the bans go out and then we just pick in order here. So blue side are going to get their last 2 picks here. A lot of AP on the side of the Typhoons. A little concerning. I wonder what they're going to do in terms of closing that out. What top laner they have in mind.
Is it the Talia jungle?
Lucian?
Could be Lucian top. I think it's Talia jungle though. I feel it in my bones that it's Talia jungle.
If it's
Or
Lucian
could it-
top,
it could-
I'm gonna load up the I'm a cutie pie tweet about Lucian top. If it is Lucian top, that's I'm gonna have that on standby.
It could just be like we're gonna pick a random blind and then Lucian plays into the Galio.
Oh yeah, I mean it's gonna be Lucian locked in, and that is the Mordekaiser that will be picked up. So is that
is it
Varus
I think it's Lucian
mid? I mean Mordekaiser is a
mid.
jungler.
I mean, you can feel like Talia's more jungler. I think we're gonna have to wait into game. We'll see.
Yeah, I think
We're getting spicy though. This is what Fearless is for.
Yeah, the Honeycombs are definitely fearless to this game. We saw them come out swinging game 1 with the Zillion, and now they're swinging again with the double 80 carry composition, and the Typhoons are throwing the gauntlet here. They have provided us with Illaoi as their final pick. The Illaoi going to their top laner, Yordle One Trick. that's going to be pretty dangerous, I think, for any one of these champions. And it makes it a little bit more difficult for the Honeycombs to kind of decide. It feels like they're now kind of forced to send Mordekaiser in top lane, because if you send Lucian into Alawi, I think you just like turbo lose. I mean, maybe Lucian does fine into Alawi. I feel like that's not real, but I don't know. The Alawi is going to throw a bit of a wrench into what the Honeycombs are doing. The anti-cheese woman is here to destroy cheese.
Nah, this is really just the cheese check. It just goes, okay, you wanted to do something cute. We're just gonna pick Alawi. Have fun. Have fun. You won't, but we will.
Yeah. So looking at these two comps, I feel like, at least for me, I like the Typhoons more. I feel like the Honeycombs, it's a bit too squishy. I feel like a good fight from the Lilia absolutely destroys the Honeycombs. The main concern is that maybe the Typhoons, they don't have enough damage to take down the carries on the side of the Honeycombs, because they do have the Galio, they do have the Alawi, who is maybe not going to be fighting with everyone else. But I don't know. I feel like I like what the Typhoons have, and I think they've got momentum going into this. So it's not just me hoping and coping that this is going to be a 4-game series. I believe it is going to be real for the Typhoons.
Yep. I don't know what else to say. I feel like Typhoons definitely have sort of like the anti-cheese, like a lot more consistent. This is weird champions aside, this is a real team composition. Honeycombs are they're really throwing the Hail Mary with this one. This is the full-on Hail Mary. Like right down midfield, all the way 60 yards, praying for it.
Yeah. So we'll see if that Hail Mary is going to be good enough, or if the Typhoons will wash them away, as I said previously. But if you want to be able to wash your opponents away in draft, well, boy howdy, do I have an opportunity for you. That's right. We are still sponsored by ProComps GG. They didn't unsponsor us between games. And that means that we are here to deliver unto you the informations that you are furnished with about ProComps.gg, which you can find in the description or somewhere here for Blue Otter League. With ProComps GG, you have access to a lot of great tools, such as the live draft assistance, live coaching during the drafts to give you insights and advice on how to make smart decisions. You've got pick and ban recommendations. You have a pre-game guide to guarantee success. You can work with your friends, your allies, maybe even your enemies, to generate a champion pool that you can share and sync and get into drafting and scrimming faster than anyone else can really imagine. And on top of that, you can even build tier lists to personalize your team's gameplay strategy and interpretation of the meta. There are so many great tools at your disposal with ProComps GG. You don't want to miss out on any of them. So if you want to join the 280,000 downloaders and the thousands of daily active users, you got to go to procompsgg.gg and start today. It's free to use, free to try. Give it a go. It'll improve your gameplay. And we'll see if the gameplay is improved going into Game 4. We'll see you after the break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Blue Otter Draft League. We're in game for 4. Typhoons trying to take us to a victory right now. Honeycombs trying not to break it. And it looks like, with all things said and done, it was actually the Lucian going mid, the Galio going as support, and the Karma going mid. I really like sending the Galio support here so that it doesn't have to play into Lucian. I think that's a really smart choice.
Yeah, yeah, honestly, really interesting kind of adaptation from the Typhoons. By picking up the Alawi, you force the Mordekaiser in the top lane, which sort of indicates that you're either into Lucian or Varus in the mid lane, in which case Karma is going to be way better than the Galio in either scenario. So by sending the Karma into the mid lane, that does just open up a much easier laning opportunity for pretty much everybody across the board for the Typhoons. So really smart stuff in terms of the pre-game map assignments. But that aside, it looks like our teams are kind of just opting into a very standard sort of start here. Our mage junglers are going to be starting on the top side, clearing towards bot. We may unsure as to the pathing of the Lily. I think she's just going to full clear top side into bot side. I don't think she's going to do anything goofy. Lilia typically doesn't. Neither of our AP junglers are really set up for early plays. I think if either of them go for an early play, it would be Talia maybe finding a good angle with a seismic shove. But otherwise, I think we're just going to see a pretty even farming matchup between our two junglers. With vision on that Raptor camp, they are aware of where the Lilia is starting, so they know where Hyper Dragon is going, roughly is going to be. That's a bit of good info. It'll at least allow them to know, relatively speaking, where this Lilia is going to be. And will allow Rigor Mortis to match. So these junglers are going to know that they're going to be against each other in the bot side here. We'll see if it makes a difference, as right now, Harryagi taking a bit of punishment from the Varus here. Varus was kind of out of favor for... Oh, we do have an engage, as Leviathan's going to dip back out. I was going to say, Varus has been a bit out of favor for a while, but you've been talking about how this pick is very good. So this is new information for me. So if you could talk a bit about what makes the Varus so good right now. I'm interested as to what has changed with this champ.
So Varus has actually been in for kind of all of spring, or for like most of like winter season, at least in the higher leagues. Just has generally been a very, very strong champion. As far as carries go, Kalista is usually the most banned, but people in that league don't play that. Second would be Varus, and then you have like the Ezreals and those kinds of picks. And Ezreal and Varus were actually the two most picked carries at first stand, followed shortly by the Ashe, and then Misfortune Engine as a two-way tie after that.
Okay.
So Varus has been very good for a while. Part of the reason Varus is good is because of just how insanely good and blind pickable he is. Because Varus doesn't really lose lane. Something that is less talked about is ranges on ADCs. You have your classic like 450. You have the higher ranges. Varus sits at a weird 475 at a 75 range indicator, which isn't long enough to really outrange people, but isn't short enough that you have to be up close. He just sort of does lane. Like, he doesn't super hard win a bunch of lanes, but he doesn't hard lose them. He's just really, really consistent. And you can do so many different builds with him, with like the lethality, with the on hit. If you're going lethality, you have some interesting tech options. Same with on hits. You have a lot of like variation and adaptability in the game that makes him a very, very resilient champion to what the enemy's doing, and very reliable as well. So that's part of the reason why the Varus is so good. You can see also high base AD, high damage, doing a lot to Leviathan here. However, the Arcane Comet in the last spell not quite able to hit. Will force Leviathan and Harryagi back. Unfortunately, doesn't have the mana to keep going and do anything crazy, though.
Yeah, nothing too crazy on the bot side here. Pretty even trades, relatively speaking. Although, both Toad and ZDB are going to have to recall here. Harryagi's going to stick around, clean up that wave, and likely reset after the next one crashes in. Leviathan's going to be back in the bot lane, so a little bit of a desync here from our two supports. That'll open up a roam opportunity then for Toad, who can look to potentially do something, but I don't think any opportunity is really going to open itself up unless Hawkeye 6-pack decides to play pretty aggressively here. Harry Augie actually not going to recall at all, staying down here on half HP and no mana. Maybe not advisable. Opens up, kind of just makes laning tougher. I feel like should have just taken the reset there, and yeah, we're going to take the reset now. But this opens up the opportunity for ZDAB to kind of just do whatever he wants with the wave. In the bot side, though, we do have kind of a weird little bit of positioning there for our support and jungle. It looks like they are going to go ahead and use that pressure that they found, that lane control, to pick up the first Drake for themselves. Meanwhile, somebody's getting sawed up across the room here. Don't worry about it, as the Lilia Hyper Dragon will clean up the first round of Grubbins. And we once again get a pretty even objective trade here early on, as the Ocean Drake will drop to Rigamortis. 3 grubs go to Hyper Dragon. Now it's going to matter what Rigamortis does with this. Is on bot side, is hanging around, but will get Hawk Chat, so nothing too crazy.
Yeah, unspotted out. And again, that's like one of the reasons Ashe was also very highly prioritized, right? Just very, very reliable. Has so much that you can provide to the team, right? Both of these, Archer carries too, big ultimates that benefit the team in a big way, right? Ashe's only single target, but super, super long range, can really help start team fights off, can provide a ton of CC backup. Meanwhile, Varus, a lot shorter range, lasts a little bit and can spread to the other members of the team. So really good in the team phase, but also in the 1v1s, right? It's not just a straight damage ultimate, and like we see, big ult comes there. Unfortunately, the Drench line missed, but a huge taunt comes in from Leviathan, and Harry Augie does so much damage. ZDB, without any extra lethal tempo, unfortunately, does get the W with the 3 stacks off and picks up first blood, does so much damage. Now Harry Augie in the 1v1 against Toad, and the Nautilus swings the anchor, picks up a kill, 2 for 1 in the bot side in favor of the Honeycombs.
Yeah, the W auto reset for Toad comes in clutch there, allows him to pick up Harry Augie before Ashe scuttles away there. Yeah, those of you who are unfamiliar, you peasants, you don't know that Nautilus does have some animation cancels you can do. He's a very technically complex champion, all right? He's very good. Very funny. It's always amusing to see Nautilus bully somebody, because you really don't think about Nautilus as a champion that actually like does things other than CC you, but he can hurt a little bit, especially in the early stages. So yeah, Harry Augie will get picked up, so that is a good trade, an advantageous trade for the side of the Honeycombs. They go 2 for 1. Obviously, you would rather ZDB pick both of them up, but getting both of those kills is better than getting only just one of them. So good stuff. The important thing here is that it allows ZDB to, again, sort of maintain this lead that they've been building, as Dredgeline's going to hit.
Yeah, big damage now on Harry Augie, who has to be careful. ZDB does a ton as well. Now the collapse now from Rigor Mortis. Nice arrow, unfortunately. ZDB flashes forward, manages to land the Change of Corruption, and Rigor Mortis going to pick up the Feats of Strength. Now it's just a matter of time, Leviathan, to get those 3 stacks popped. ZDB picks up another kill, putting the Honeycombs even further in the lead.
Yeah.
It's really fun, guys. You guys can you can hear the live Becky Reader reaction when you realize that we're not going to sleep tonight.
No. This is the moment where you see my hopes and dreams are crushed live. And the worst part is, can't even call Chelsea in, because every game is still going. No series is ended yet tonight. Everybody's in a slobber knocker of a series, and we are in one for sure. And the Honeycombs have put themselves in a fantastic spot here. ZDB on this Varus pick, this highly coveted Varus pick, highly prioritized in pro, and now is looking fantastic. And Yorta One Trick is looking worse for wear. That was...
Yeah, not too great. Mitsu Easy picking up 1 in the 1v1. Finally, a top laner comes out ahead, and it's Mitsu Easy with 20 CS up and a kill now. putting Yordle one trick even further behind, and yeah, we all know what's going on here. It's rough.
Yeah, what? Hold up, Hyper Dragon got one.
Oh, Hyper Dragon got
Typhoons.
one.
Here's
Okay.
how Typhoons can still win. I mean, we are
True.
only 10 minutes into the game. We're not going to call it over yet. Obviously, this is a very good lead for the side of the Honeycombs to have, especially for ZDB. But ZDB is also kind of opting into that lethality, at least opting into the serrated Dirk. So we'll see what that kind of builds into. Varus is a weird champion who can build a lot of different items. That's one of his strengths, right? So won't really necessarily know what the Varus is cooking until we see maybe the second item come in terms of what the game plan is for the Varus. But for right now, that is the second round of Grubbins. They're going to go over to the Honeycombs. Meanwhile, the second Drake is not quite spawned yet. So that's going to be contested here. And this is a good opportunity for the side of the Honeycombs to pick up that the feats there. They already picked up the feats from getting the first to 3 kills. So now they just need to get the next objective here. And they will be set to put themselves in a pretty decent spot, give themselves a small lead. There is Hot Six Pack is just brutalizing this poor fella. And speaking of poor fellas, oh, it's gonna look real rough. X-Craze is never mind. We have this. We'll let you off with a warning, Buster, but don't let me see you again around these parts. As now the Typhoons might be in a bit of a precarious situation in bot side.
Yeah, have to be a little bit careful. It's Rigor Mortis going down first. ZDB does have the exhaust going down, gonna be able to cleanse it out as Toad uses the dredge line to hop on the wall. Now X-Craze using the culling to just try and back off the rest of the team. Rigor Mortis going down does mean benefits coming out. Typhoons still trying to recoup their losses here. Yordle one trick is stuck under tower. For the first time this game, or for the first time this series, Yordle one trick not completely dominating the top side.
Yeah, that early 1v1 kind of going sideways there. Both of our top laners throwing everything at each other, including the flashes, trying to get the fancy footwork, but Mid2Easy getting the first blood between the two of them is huge, especially because Mid2Easy was able to complete that first item before Yordle one trick, as Leviathan is going to live, but we'll have to blow flash for that. That is pretty rough.
Yeah, not looking great right now, and being forced to blow flash, not something you want to see. Bright side for Honeycombs, they do have Smite up. They are going to be able to secure this. There's no contest, so they will be able to get that second drag. They are up about 1,000, nowhere near insurmountable, but still a really, really solid lead, and a lot of it is through that top side just because of that 40 C in the kill deficit.
Yeah, and that is going to be the feats picked up for the Honeycombs as well. Their third objective, and they also did get their 3 kills as well. So that is a pretty big boon for the side of the Honeycombs. Of course, not game determinative, but certainly will be impactful in the later stages in terms of individual power on these champions. We'll see if any of our players opt into getting those hyper power boots sooner rather than later. I doubt it, but, you know, it is always an option. Varus has completed the Yomus, and it looks like is building towards the Muramana. So, yeah, this is going to be the big lethality. Varus looking to try and one-piece you with the full stacks into destroy your life savings here.
The real One Piece
We'll see.
was the super deprivation that we caused our casters along the way.
Yeah, the true One Piece here. The One Piece is real, and it is being built by Varus right now. The main thing is that... Yeah. The main thing here is, you know, have to potentially be concerned of inability to crack the Leviathan later in the game, but I don't think that's going to be a big deal, as Harryaugi going to get in a bit of an unfortunate spot. Will dodge out of the Varus Q. That could have been death if that had landed. There were 3 stacks onto Harryaugi there, so that could have been really bad. Meanwhile, Mid2Easy maybe now getting the... Oh, no.
Nice dodge on the ultimate. That does put Mid2Easy in a much better position. Yordle one trick flashes
Flash.
into the queue.
no! Obliterated.
Right when it matters most, Yordle one trick, not able to win just like he was doing every other game. Nope, had to be game 4. Hyper Dragon taking a lot of damage, has to be careful. Rigor Mortis doing quite a bit. Unfortunately, doesn't have any way to slow Hyper Dragon, meaning Hyper Dragon's going to be able to walk on out of that, but it's still full control of this top side.
Yeah, I want to point out here, this is something that you may not be able to see. Currently in the Blue Otter League voice chats, you can give like a subject line to the voice call. The Typhoons voice call says 3-1 incoming. So,
all right, are you going to believe in them?
Where is it? Where is
Honeycombs is can win with friendship.
Will the power of friendship win us this day?
Really operating on the power of friendship right now?
It might win us this game. I mean, the Honeycombs are absolutely in a pretty good position. Toad looking great this game on the Nautilus here. A lot of great dead dredge lines, a lot of great engages, and just as I say that, Toad dredge lines into certain death.
Yep.
Great
Chains
stuff,
Corruption
everyone.
Stop the aggression, though. So ZDB is going to be able to use the Chains of Corruption, stop all of the aggression there, completely remove that from happening, which is really good for the team. Going to be very happy being able to just back away from that one, especially with how it's working out right now. And Typhoons on the Herald right now. And they should know what's happening, but they don't want to contest. It looks like I guess we're just giving it up. Okay, nice stun from Rigor Mortis. Beautiful taunt from Leviathan. Hits both, though. ZDB forced to cleanse out. Hawkeye 6 back, flashing forward. Going to be able to land the root while Harry Augie picks up Rigor Mortis. Now the ultimate comes through, but Harry Augie flashes forward. He wants the kill onto ZDB, who's not able to land the Q. Another taunt from Leviathan. Unfortunately, X-Cruz finally joined the fight, and the culling is going to be enough to pick up Harry Augie, but Harry Augie, right before going down, does manage to pick up ZDB, but now X-Cruz flashing forward, wants a little bit more. Leviathan with a nice Justice Punch. Hyper Dragon picking up mid too easy on the top side, and the Dredge line kills him in revenge. Now it is Toad and X-Craze looking. Leviathan lands another taunt, gets so much damage down. They're able to pick it up. X-Craze dashes in, finally picking up the kill. Unfortunately, he's going to go down to Yordle one trick in the process, and at the end of everything, it is going to be a 5-4-3 in favor of the Typhoons. What a sequence of events.
The tides are turning here for the Typhoons as, yeah, that was a very scrappy fight. A lot of that sort of being left alive for the Typhoons, coming in from the great Karma Shields, just allowing people to live longer than they really reasonably should. That was a very split fight as well. You did see the Lucian come in with the culling, doing a lot of damage, but on the other side, you had Hyper Dragon locking down Rigor Mortis, cleaning that up. So it ends up being a 5-for-3 in favor of the Typhoons, just from a very kind of scuffed fight on multiple sides. I feel like, obviously, that's kind of really good for the Typhoons. You aren't going to complain about that. But I also think it is a bit of an outlier as to what we would expect to see from the Honeycombs in terms of their comp. So the Typhoons are absolutely going to take that and run with it. But what are they going to give up in the process? They're going to try and get this Drake here, but they may lose quite a bit in the process as Varus is doing a lot of damage to this turret here, and that is a wonder shot right there. That goes by as the Drake will get picked up finally, and the inner turret will be saved as Leviathan heroically exits and lands on to Hyper Dragon there. I think there was probably an engage on Hyper Dragon considering Hyper Dragon's HP that was dissuaded by the heroic entrance.
Yeah. And it really does feel like a very back and forth this game. You know, Honeycombs do have about a 2k gold lead. It is very substantial, but Typhoons just keep fighting back, keep firing on all cylinders. They do not want to give up this game without fighting. And there's a very real chance that they do. The big thing to be worried about is the double carries, plus Talia just doing so much damage for Honeycombs, right? Most of their comp just is damage, and Toad is really the only, like, quote-unquote frontline you have, so it's a very movement-based. You need to be able to dodge, you need to play these fights mechanically well in order to take full advantage of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think this is something that would really benefit picking up Cloud Drakes here. This composition that wants to have a lot of movement, wants to be able to move around, especially these choke points very quickly with the Cloud Rifts. with the Cloud Pockets, and getting that extra move speed would be advantageous. They didn't end up getting the first one. Cloud Drakes are also very good for the team with Karma and Lilia, who want to run very fast. I think both of these teams really do, kind of in a weird twist of fate, both teams are actually kind of happy to have a Cloud Rift to this game.
Well, I mean,
don't
Cloud
really
Rift,
see
I
that
think, is
very
just
often.
the best generally, so...
Yeah, no longer
Like-
the Cloud Drake as it was.
No, it's no, I think just for the out-of-combat movement speed and the raw, like, team fight power that it gives you, it's just really, really good. I think once they increase the neutral speed a lot, I feel like that's what really pushed it over the edge. It's like, okay, yeah, we just win all the rotations 24/7.
Yeah, and we'll see if we'll see that how that plays out here. Got 3 minutes on the next Drake. It looks like we have our top laners are going to be in top lane island for a while. Neither have TP, as we have a 4v4 kind of hovering around bot side. The Honeycombs have more turrets taken, so they have more ability to play around the map here. Typhoons have not picked up a turret yet. They are still turretless here in this game. Mid too easy. Going to be forced back by Yordle One Trick, losing the Test of Spirit. As, okay, the Adacon's going to get started, but they've been hawkshot, so I don't think they're going to be looking to continue that any further, especially because the HP bars do dip a little low. Of course, I don't think the Typhoons really want to take this yet. Both teams are going to be playing Atacon Chicken for a while, figuring out whether or not they actually want to be able to fight this, and it's going to come down to who can get a pick before they decide to take that.
Yeah.
For the moment, though, just kind of a slow go in this game. Herald will get dropped in the top side here. Gonna be good for the Alawi, help out in cracking this turret. TP will come through from mid to easy. Turret will still go down as the Herald will march towards the next turret, but it'll go down here. How very sad. Ooh, okay, does still get the crash. All right, that's pretty bad for the Honeycombs. That's a pretty good win for Typhoons. Kind of surprised that Herald was not knocked out by mid too easy there. It had like 20 HP. It was very close. So that's really great for Yordle One Trick. It opens up an opportunity for a split push kind of pressure window to be pushed here, especially as we look at the next Drake spawning in another minute. Honeycombs get it. They get on Soul Point. But of course, the Typhoons would love to have it. As Hyper Dragon's going to be in topside, going to get put in the realm.
Yep, see what ends up happening. Falls asleep, Hyper Dragon buying a lot of time, getting hit, but going to be able to make it out. Fortunately, it doesn't look like you're going to be able to finish it off unless Harryaugi lands this route from downtown. Huge Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and they're going to move their way back towards the Dragon now. 30 seconds on it. Absolute hero play from Harryaugi to pick up that shutdown. Absolutely massive. Gonna get Hyper Dragon the kill. Gonna make everyone stronger. Gonna give them a ton of pressure for these upcoming objectives. Now, the Otacon started up, though, for the Typhoons. They're not gonna be able to respond to it in time.
Yeah, too many people invested on the top side opens up a window of opportunity for the Honeycombs to pick up this Otacon, and that is going to be an easy peasy pickup for the side of the Honeycombs, who now have this voracious Otacon that will allow them to play a bit more risky here, make a few more mistakes, and try to even the odds here as they go for this Drake. Hyper Dragon is here. We'll have the heroic entrance. We will not get to see a flip, but we will see a fight.
Honeycombs could be able to pick that one up. Because they got the resurrection, they're going to be able to just take the withdrawals. Not as much gold going back, but 2 withdrawals so far, an extra 400 gold in their pockets. Unfortunately for them, the Honeycombs have now picked up Soul Point, making it a lot harder for the Typhoons and giving them a lot less room to work with in these later fights going into this late game.
Yeah, and that is not a good place to be if you are the Typhoons. Wonder Shot fires out. There was a taunt going in onto CDB, but that is going to be instantly punished by Toad, as now we have Reaver's Wall.
Reaver's Wall comes through, going to try and cut off Haikai 6-pack. Nice dredge line, and it's going to be Rigor Mortis picking up the kill. Hyper Dragon flashed tries to get kills, 2 withdrawals so far. Harryogi's definitely going to be able to win the 1v1 onto Toad as long as he can get the last
Nope.
auto, but Toad barely makes it out with his life as X-Craze comes to back up his support, making sure that Harryogi is not able to finish what he started.
Yeah, and that is 2 more withdraws taken out. Obviously, saving those withdraws could have been better, but you'd rather use them than lose them. So those withdraws will be traded for the life of Hyper Dragon and Hawkeye 6-pack. The main thing here is that, unfortunately, the Honeycombs aren't going to be able to... The best thing they're going to do is they're going to be able to get footing around this Baron, which has just come up. So now that they are back out on the map first, they can look to set up around this. And because they have pressure in the mid lane, it'll be a lot easier for the Honeycombs to make that happen. Unfortunately, Honeycombs have not actually cracked that top lane outer turret. It's pretty low, so I feel like somebody will just need to go up and sneeze on it to take it down. But it is still something to consider, as we do have Yordle One Trick getting pulled into the Death Realm on the other side of the map. We'll see who dies. It's looking like it's going to be Yordle One Trick. Yes.
Yeah.
That was a flash blown, too, by the Alawi there. So that is awful. Yordle One Trick doing pretty bad this game on the Alawi, as we do have a fight in the jungle.
Yeah, big one, too. Hyper Dragon goes in. Finally, the Hero's Entrance comes through, takes the knock-up onto Toad, who is eventually going to get melted. Now the arrow comes through, locking up X-Craze before he can get out. Double kill for Hyper Dragon. Bowling Ball misses. ZDB has to be careful, though. They're going in. He doesn't have the Chains of Corruption. A couple more autos will do it, and Harryogi goes on a killing spree, picking up another one, and Typhoons turning their eyes back towards the Baron, now themselves in the gold lead.
Yeah, that is a 4 for a player who was already dead. So that, I think, is absolutely a great fight for the Typhoons there. They found a perfect opportunity, a great play from Leviathan setting that up. After, getting the engage with the heroic entrance, decided to frontline a bit, tank the culling in the choke point was a very good idea. Soaked up a lot of that damage and was able to kind of just position aggressively, lock down both ZDB and Rigor Mortis there. Make it very easy for the side of the Typhoons to just take down those big damage dealers. And once it was ZDB left on their lonesome, one of the unfortunate things about opting into this lethality Varus is that in a close quarters fight, unlike attack speed Varus, you are completely useless. You have no attack speed. You have no ability to fire back. You have to hope that you can, if you do not have ulti, you just have to hope that, they let you attack them 3 times, which is never going to happen, especially into Ashe, who in your 3 auto attacks has turned you into a pincushion. So that's kind of one of the unfortunate things of this Varus build. You give up that kind of team fighting pressure for not much else. So yeah, the Typhoons, a huge swing there, end up getting a just great fight in their topside jungle, get the Baron here, and can now start getting pressure back on the map. They were definitely down in turrets before, but now they're looking to even that out here. They actually now have the turret lead and will be continuing to push that as all outer turrets have fallen. Now it's down to just those inhib turrets, but they have no gas left in the tank.
Yeah, really struggling. Yordle One Trick, though, gonna try and land the 1v1. Needs a little bit more healing, but mid too easy with a nice shield. A nice Obliterate can be able to pick up the kill there in the top side. And Yordle One Trick really just needs to stop going for these 1v1s right now. It feels like you're just not going to be able to win against the Mordekaiser. Huge bowling ball there, and the arrow lands. Massive engage cleanse comes through from ZDB, but Rigor Mortis is all but dead to rights. Finally going down. Hawkeye 6-pack going to be forced to back off. X-Craze joins. Going to be using the Baron Empowered Recall to get back to base pretty quickly. The culling comes through. Leviathan has a lot of armor. Going to be able to try and dash out. Flash forward from X-Craze. Harryogi gets hit by the arrow, but flashes back out to get down. Support for support. Hyper Dragon's coming back, using the minions to get that movement speed, flashing forward, going to be able to try and run down ZDB, who with no cooldowns left is just going to get hit. TP comes through from X-Craze to try and make it out and get back to base. Meanwhile, on the top side, Hawkeye 6-pack finished off mid too easy. He was low from Yordle One Trick, but not that low. Really big burst from the Karma coming through there. Now the turret's destroyed. It is just X-Craze left alive right now.
Yes.
So with Rigor Mortis spawning in
Yes.
3 seconds, they're probably not going to be able to end the game just yet. Going to want to turn their eyes back towards that Cloud Dragon, stop the soul from being held, and continue to put the pressure on as they flip the gold lead, now with 2,000 gold in their favor.
Oh, we were kind of, earlier in the game, we were saying that, it was over for the Honeycombs winning this one, but the Typhoons have done so
You
well.
were saying it's over. I'm a believer. I'm the greatest of all time.
Sorry,
you know?
I was a doubt. I believed in my own suffering was the thing. And both of our suffering. I was believing that was what was going to happen.
Too much Camus, too much Mythosisyphus over there.
Yeah, it's...
And every week we keep coming back.
It's true. So yeah, the Typhoons have done such a great job from that fight around jungle into pushing the Baron to just keep pushing the issue. Finding another Drake there onto their second Drake of the game onto themselves, which is very good because it again kind of slows down the Honeycombs here in terms of getting that soul, stopping that soul point, and now it's just going to be a matter of attempting to try and push through with the power they have. The main thing that is kind of a concern is the fact that Yordle One Trick definitely does not beat mid 2 easy, so they cannot really depend on that Alawi split push just because of the fact that mid 2 easy can just match the Alawi super easily. That's a bit of a downer. But otherwise, as long as the 4-man squad is able to apply pressure, they can at least keep the waves in a favorable position. I think the main thing that they're going to have to be concerned about is the fact that it's really difficult for them to, with their 4-man squad, actually push through the wave clear from Varus, Lucian, and Talia. So they are really going to need this next Baron if they want to close out the game. They've got a minute left until that spawns, which, fortunately for the Typhoons, they have first crack at setting up around it. You can see that bot side, that top side jungle for on the side of the Honeycombs is lit up like a bit of a Christmas tree, as Yordle One Trick is going to die, maybe.
Look, he had 3 good games in him. You can't ask him to have any more.
Yeah, we've played all the Yordles. They're all gone. Alawi, distinctly not a Yordle.
I've done my work. No! It's on you now, he says to Hariyagi as he lands a beautiful arrow from downtown. Leviathan goes in, manages to land a taunt, forcing out some sums. Toad forced to back up now. No bowling ball gonna land, unfortunately, but it does force the TP back, but they're so ready for it. As mid 2 easy is gonna really struggle. Hariyagi, though, gets put into the Death Realm. Gonna try and use it. The shutdown comes through. Leviathan not quite gonna be able to land a huge thing. Finally, the hero's entrance comes in, completely splitting off the fight with Rigor Mortis and Axe so low. It is just a matter of time before mid 2 easy falls. And Hyper Dragon, once again, for another game, has just come to play, has just been doing so much on these jungles, so much on these hard carries, and is still maintaining it. He does not want to lose. He wants the game over right now, even if his team doesn't.
And I respect that. I thank you, Hyper Dragon, for doing your best here. Yeah, that was a fantastic sleep in that fight. The arrow looked great. We're not able to immediately convert on that by good defensive play from Toad, but afterwards, it looked like it could have been a little bit rough. They did get the TP flank in from mid 2 easy, who was able to jump right onto Hariyagi and take down that carry. But fortunately, Hyper Dragon hit a crazy good sleep and was able to put the side of the Honeycombs to bed, keeping Toad slept, negating some of that CC potential, and allowing for themselves to actually tear through the fight. So while it could, if the Ashe had stayed alive, it could have definitely been a bigger swing. I feel like you're not going to complain about that. Ooh, good stepping there from ZDB. That could have been disasterific, but we live to fight another day. That is a wonder shot right there, as the Baron is up 45 on the next Drake. That will be Soul if the Honeycombs are able to get it. And that is where I think they can try to force the issue. honestly, I feel like if you're Typhoons, you might be okay with trading the soul for Baron. I feel like that's never a good thing. Even as I say those words, I don't actually believe it. Because then you have to win a fight with the Baron before it runs out. And I don't know if that's necessarily reliable. So, yeah, unsurprisingly, the Typhoons are going to look to just go for this bot lane 4v4 as Yordle One Trick is trapped in purgatory against the man of metal in the top lane. A fight that they cannot win, but they must survive if they want their team to win. And yeah, it looks like Typhoons will go for that Drake, and it's going to open up a window of opportunity for the Honeycombs to go for Baron.
Yeah, and they walk on over, get spotted out. Their team's gonna walk up, try and see if they can spot it, do a little bit of damage. Rigor Mortis gonna use the wall to cut them off, but they're not gonna be able to do enough damage, unfortunately. Yeah, and they're forced off, which means Hyper Dragon just gets this Cloud Drake for free. Not entirely for free. Mid2 Easy did manage to get the top lane inhibitor, but it's still net beneficial. Oh, not for free. Mid2 Easy does go down in the process. And that might mean Yordle One Trick just pushes out this wave backs because they have TP. And it might be Typhoons going to force the Baron. We'll see. You can see them positioning around it, trying to get the vision here. After Cloud Drakes, they have a lot of movement speed. Hyper Dragon is so strong. I mean, it is going to be really hard for Honeycombs to try and fight their way into this without any side lane pressure.
Yeah, and I think that they do win the 4v4 here because one of the big things about this Honeycombs comp is that they really only have one frontliner without mid-2 easy. It's just Toad. So with Hyper Dragon, who is able to run all over you because Lilia does not care about the Talia rocks. She can just sprint past you, tag all of your carries and destroy them to death. It makes it very difficult to fight into this Lilia when you do not have the Mordekaiser. It's just kind of an extra body in front of you. So now with the Mordekaiser is finally back alive, does have the TP, same with Yordle One Trick. It looks like that there are some pings going down onto that top lane, but I feel like with the supers up there, that's just going to be pushing on its own. It is an opportunity for mid-2 easy to try and force the issue, but I feel like if mid-2 easy shows up in top lane, that is going to be enough of a go button, for enough of a flag to go for the Typhoons that it could just lose the game instantly if mid-2 easy is not there with the rest of the team to stop this push. So while they do have the supers, they are not going to be able to get anything out of it here, and they may not even be able to get anything out of these supers before it respawns, because they have 3 minutes of Baron to weather here. And there is a lot for the side of the Typhoons to take. Mordekaiser has shown up on bot side. It looks like they are going to be going for a split here. Again, I don't necessarily know if this is going to be in the best favor, but like they have to go for it because it's their best chance of winning here. But I feel like the Typhoons, they're going to have to pull the trigger sooner rather than later, because the longer they wait, the more time Mordekaiser has to take this. And again, I don't know if Yordle One Trick has the sauce to stop the Mordekaiser. Oh, great corruption!
Yep. Amazing Chain's gonna back it off. Harry Augie has to be careful as the Death Charge lands, and Leviathan not able to land the hero's entrance. Huge flank from mid-2 easy, takes out Harry Augie. Yordle One Trick finally comes in, finally gets the ultimate down, takes out one, takes out two, and maybe the Alawi can do it. What? Flash forward from Hawkeye 6-pack as he gets the shield down. Yordle One Trick taking out ZDP. We doubted Yordle One Trick, but when it mattered most, he showed up.
Oh man, a crazy turnaround there from Yordle One Trick. That was a, first of all, fantastic Chains of Corruption from ZDB, tagging out Harry Augie from out of nowhere. And that was a great opportunity. As they're going to look for lethal.
Hyper Dragon drowsy. The sleep goes down. Hawkeye 6-pack, so much damage. Hyper Dragon with the double Q. And it's all but over. 15 seconds on Toad. They're not going to be able to defend. Hyper Dragon played a hell of a game. Dude, Yordle One Trick, when the world needed him most, he was there. He did not vanish. He was there for us. Dude, he was trying to throw the whole game, and he's like, I know I've been funny, but hold up, watch this real quick. This is going to look super cool. And then he just carried the fight. Absolutely insane. What a goat.
Ooh, man, that was a very close game on both sides. That was a nail biter there. Honeycombers do not end up taking the game there, but it was certainly a hard-fought battle. Yeah, gotta commend, first of all, Yordle One Trick for showing up right at the end, never giving up, never surrendering. And also gotta commend Hyper Dragon as well for holding it down this whole series for the side of the Typhoons. Fantastic work, I think. Rigor Mortis came into the split as second or maybe even our best jungler we predicted alongside Edaconic, but now is going to be leaving at a quarterfinal exit, dropping and kind of just getting absolutely routed by Hyper Dragon. I was definitely, Rig didn't do bad, but Hyper Dragon just showed up today.
Yeah, dude. Feels like most of the Typhoons showed up today. I mean, there were some, moments, but Hyper Dragon really showed up. You're gonna One Trick, look, we memed on him this last game, but for 3 games was amazing. Leviathan, also super amazing. Really played his mind out of support today. Feel like all the Typhoons really just tried their hardest, really showed up, and it showed. Shows in the 3-1, I think that a lot of people were expecting. I just don't think people were expecting 3-1 to go this way specifically.
Yeah. With that said, I feel like, believe it or not, we still only have one other match result. We only have Imperials versus Shrooms. Imperials
we should be
won.
getting the others soon.
Yeah. We'll not be here to see them. But yeah, a 3-1 victory for the Imperials over the Shrooms, and a 3-1 for the Typhoons, as they said they would do it. And they sure did. So great work from the Typhoons, but also great work from the Honeycombs. I think they really showed up today in a way that I don't know if anybody really expected. Eyes were on them, kind of to more not deliver, but they made it a close game, and a closer series than anybody really expected. So gotta commend them. With that said, anything else you would like to say before we close out for tonight?
No, just thank you everyone for watching, and next week, big games. Semifinals should be a blast.
Yeah. So we will see what those semifinal matches look like, and we'll pick out probably a Ruby game to look at next week. With that said, thank you all for watching tonight. I have been Becky Rita, of course, with When It Rains, with me on the desk, and behind the desk, with the desk, supporting the desk, is Shivam. So have a good evening, everybody, and we will see you all next week for more Draft League action.